Welcome back, soccer fans, to the highly anticipated kickoff of the inaugural Soccer Gulf Cup here in Oman. It's taking place in Salalah, and the weather is fantastic. Over the next 4 days, we'll witness thrilling action from 8 top teams representing the Gulf in a landmark tournament. The Soccer Gulf Cup is a vital stop on the road to the 2024 Soccer World Cup, and it's set to showcase some of the best talent in the region. The tournament will be hosted here at the stunning Hawana Resort in partnership with the Al Fana Hotel. As you can see, the teams are already out on the pitch. The anthems are done, and we are almost ready to get things underway. In this first match of the Gulf Cup, it is Iraq taking on Qatar, and next up it will be Saudi Arabia against Kuwait. And then stay with us, because later on there's 2 more games, the UAE against Yemen, and of course Oman against Egypt. Now though, the focus is on Qatar taking on Iraq in the opening game in what is a purpose-built stadium for this tournament. A few fans have already made their way in to support the teams, and as I say, we will be underway very, very shortly. 2 strong teams, some in this competition more experienced in soccer competition than others. Qatar sporting a full 15. And it will be Qatar playing from left to right when we do get things underway. And of course, Iraq playing from right to left. As always, 2 beautiful kits in action today. Qatar in the what you could call a maroon full jersey, shorts and socks, and then Iraq in white jerseys, white shorts and white socks as well, as the 2 captains pose for the photos with the officials, and then things will begin. The Qatar captain there, Mohammed Al-Mal, shaking hands, but he has a job to do, as do both teams, because qualification for the World Cup here in Oman at the end of the year is up for grabs for those who haven't already qualified. The top 4 teams to emerge from this competition will compete at the World Cup. As I mentioned, there's 8 teams all vying for those 4 spots, split into 2 groups. Group A, Oman, Iraq, Qatar and Egypt. And in Group B, it's Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Yemen and Kuwait. There will be these 2 to kick things off. As I mentioned, the weather here is a nice cool 26 degrees. Certainly can get a lot warmer out here in Salalah. But an overcast day creates what you would call ideal conditions for this kind of competition. Both teams will give 110% from start to finish, regardless of the weather. And of course, the fans will give them a full support, whether they're in the stadium or watching from home. Thank you for joining me. The refs are happy, the players are ready, and things are about to kick off in the inaugural Soccer Gulf Cup. And the player who will have the first touch will be, well, it will be Al-Abedi. As we stall ever so slightly, I think now the referees are happy. As I mentioned, the Gulf Cup is here. It's big. And there's a lot on the line as well. Qualification for the Soccer World Cup on the line. An opportunity for these countries to prove what they can do ahead of the showpiece in November. An early opportunity for Iraq as well. As I said, 2 evenly matched teams. There isn't much to separate any of the teams in this competition. There's an interception on the edge of the box, comes in from Iraq. They're moving it nicely, immediately winning possession. And that will be a free kick. A little bit overzealous there, perhaps. It'll mean a lot to both of these sides winning this game. But Qatar looking to just settle on the ball as they go along, and a wayward touch comes in from Al Abeidi. And they will surrender possession to Iraq once more. Taha on this near side, finding a bit of space. Here he is on the ball. Taha with a lovely turn, gliding towards the area, gets a shot away. It wasn't far over, and the warning signs are there. The first real opportunity falling to Iraq then. Tauma playing it out from the back. The busy midfielder. Abdul Wahab. He'll be up and down the field all day as they switch to play nicely. Chance again on the edge of the box. They'll manage to keep it in through Tauma. Here is Tauma. A fancy bit of footwork. And again, they'll switch the play to the other side as a wayward touch is just about rescued there. They can't get the ball back, Qatar, and here's an opportunity for Iraq, left-footed. Just wide. Well, he's looked dangerous. Abdul Wahab in these early stages, running the midfield for Iraq. Qatar living slightly dangerously as the long ball's headed away, but only as far as a maroon jersey. Shot comes in, the first chance really for Qatar, but blocked immediately. And Iraq will go the other way through Tauma, into the area and into the side netting. The ball goes. 2 minutes gone. And Iraq creating chances at ease. The score remains 0-0 though. Will be our first corner of the competition and of the game, of course. And it's gone short, looking for space, left-footed, good save. You got a hand to that. Delighted. Although, still concerning for the Qatar defence. Goalkeeper being called into action this early on as a acrobatic effort from the edge of the box from Tauma is sent wayward. Certainly full of tricks, this Iraq team. And again, the ball will go long and too long. We saw that a lot in the Euro Cup where teams looked to play the ball long, but on a turf like this, very difficult to keep the ball in play when you do go for that long ball option. Some of the very best strikers in the soccer world are the ones who can bring the ball down. To the byline it goes, to the edge of the box once more. They're moving it very nicely. Again, an opportunity. They just can't get the ball clear. Qatar, left-footed effort, through the middle and in. 1-0, Iraq lead. The warning signs were there, but they've broken the deadlock just 4 minutes in. A fantastic effort. Straight down the middle. Keeper no chance. It was in the back of the net before he realised it was kicked. And the fans in the top right of your screen there are absolutely loving it. Look, how about this? The tightest of angles. And Hussein Tauma scores the first goal of the Gulf Cup. Iraq lead. 5 minutes gone. Plenty of time for Qatar to get back in it. And trust me, they will create opportunities. A fantastic team themselves. But right now, they've got more defending to do. To the edge of the area once again, and right-footed missed. That was a real opportunity to double the lead. And it was just sent wide by Abdul Wahab. He really is the architect of this team. The goal scorer, though, his left winger. Abdul Wahab once again to the edge of the area, looking for options on his left, doesn't find any, wins the corner. Al-Shamari just getting a foot in there, conceding the corner, but it's all one-way traffic at the moment. It will be the goal scorer to take the corner. He scored the goal with his left foot, and he'll take this with his right across the area. Nobody there. Gets a thumbs up from his striker. But early changes for Qatar. They need to change something. A difficult start from them. It is, of course, rolling substitutions in soccer competition. Plenty of guidelines for them to follow. You can't just run on and jump into defence, but you can make rolling substitutions when you feel necessary.
العديد من الأسماء الخليجية المميزة التي تألقت في السنوات الماضية وفي السنوات الماضية البعيدة على مستوى الكرة الخليجية. لذلك احنا بانتظار أمسية كروية جميلة تجمع نجوم وأساطير كرة القدم، لكن حتى الآن العراق هو من يتقدم بهدف مقابل لا شيء عن طريق اللاعب سالم فيصل. تعود الكرة من جديد إلى سالم فيصل، هذه المرة مرسولة على الجانب الأيمن إلى علي حتروش. علي حتروش بدوره يرجع للخلف إلى الحارس يا أحمد إبراهيم. أحمد ياخذ لك كورته أحمد إلى علي أو سالم فيصل. سالم، كرات متبادلة وهي كرة السداسيات، هي كرة النقلات المتبادلة والتحرك السريع بدون كرة. لذلك هو ما نشاهده على أرضية ملعب هذا اللقاء وما يقوم به لاعبي المنتخب العراقي. هنالك صافرة وخطأ لمصلحة المنتخب العراقي هذه المرة من الحكم ماركوس هو من يحتسب الخطأ لمصلحة فريق العراق. العراق عند الكابيتانو يرغب بالوصول إلى الشباك من جديد، هذه المرة على الجانب الأيسر لكنها سهلة إلى الحارس أحمد الصياد حارس منتخب العراق. تصل إلى الخطير مشعل طالت على مشعل الكرة الماضية لتعود من جديد في مشروع هجمة واحدة للمنتخب العراقي. يا عيني على التمريرة، عادت الكرة الماضية بعد تسديدة من اللاعب علي كاظم، لكن تحولت وتهادت إلى خارج أرضية الملعب إلى ركلة مرمى لمصلحة المنتخب القطري. نلعب في الدقيقة 8 من عمر الشوط الأول، لسه في وقت، لسه في عالم السداسيات. الدقائق تعني الكثير والكثير والكثير في عالم السداسيات. الدقيقة تسوى كثير جدا جدا، لذلك ممكن للمنتخب القطري أن يعودوا إلى المباراة من جديد إلا إذا هنالك هدف آخر بالنسبة لمصلحة فريق العراق اللي قاعد يقدم مستوى في غاية الروعة. هذه واحدة من الكرات تصل إلى مشعل لاعب خطير، ممكن مرور من مشعل يمر، لكن الكرة تذهب وتتحول إلى ماذا؟ إلى ركلة ركنية لمصلحة العنابي بطل آسيا في النسخة الأخيرة. العنابي، وعندما نتذكر العنابي فنحن نتحدث عن تلك الدولة التي نعشقها ونحبها، إنها قطر، عاصمة الرياضة، عاصمة المونديال. اجتمعنا كثيرا هنالك في دوحة الخير، واليوم نجتمع هنا في صلالة الأصالة التي تجمع الأشقاء من مختلف مجلس التعاون. هنا واحدة من رأسيات مشعل، لكن الكرة عدت وتحولت إلى خارج أرضية الملعب لتصبح إلى ركلة تماس عند بلال إلى العنزي. نايف الكرة معاه لكن مقطوعة مرتدة، هذه ممكن هدف، هذه ممكن عدت الكرة الماضية على لاعب المنتخب العراقي اللاعب يحيى أسعد بعدما سدد لكرة على يمين الحارس أحمد الصياد، تحولت إلى ركلة مرمى لمصلحة المنتخب العراقي. استلام من مشعل، سقوط من مشعل، حكم المباراة يأمر باستمرارية اللاعب لتعود من جديد إلى علي كاظم. يا الله، لا 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 لا، العراق أفضل في الدقائق وفي الشوط الأول، يعطينا فواصل مهارية، تسديدات تسديدات من خارج أرضية الملعب بانتظار مشعل ورفاقه وبانتظار المنتخب القطري في الدقائق القادمة. تعود من جديد هذه المرة إلى سالم. سالم معاه مشعل. سالم معاه مشعل. الكرة يحصل عليها سالم. لا تزال في أقدام سالم. يرسلها إلى الزملاء إلى 11. هنا سالم كاظم إلى 2. علي كاظم. علي واحد من الأسماء المميزة إلى يحيى. يحيى من جديد إلى عدت الكرة الماضية على سالم كاظم لاعب المنتخب العراقي في اللقطة الماضية. إذا ركنية أو ركلة تماس لمصلحة المنتخب العراقي. ركنية لمصلحة المنتخب العراقي. هنالك على يسار ملعب المباراة لتعود من جديد إلى سالم فيصل الكابتن وصاحب الهدف الوحيد حتى الآن عند سالم كاظم. سالم كاظم يمر. ممكن تسديد يا سالم. نعم التسديد يأتي لكن الكرة اعتلت وعدت وتحولت إلى ركلة مرمى. كنت أتكلم عن بطولة سوكا الخليج اللي تقام لأول مرة. هذه هي واحدة من المحطات اللي نظمتها شركة صناع الرياضة لأنها هي الجهة المنفذة لتنظيم بطولة كأس العالم. كأس العالم القادم راح يكون في سلطنة عمان بعون الله تعالى في أواخر شهر نوفمبر وبنطلع شهر ديسمبر القادم بعون الله تعالى. إذن نحن بانتظار العالم. فأهلا بالجميع في سلطنة عمان وبالتحديد في العاصمة العمانية مسقط. لذلك نحن بانتظار من سيتأهل إلى كأس العالم لسداسيات كرة القدم. وللمعلومة سلطنة عمان تصبح كأول دولة في الشرق الأوسط تستضيف بطولة كأس العالم سوكا لسداسيات كرة القدم. نذكركم بأن المباراة منقولة عبر قناة النادي الراعي والناقل الحصري لبطولة سوكا الخليج. لكن هنا إلى سالم كاظم. سالم والكرة تمر بسلامة على مرمى أحمد الصياد لتتحول إلى ركلة مرمى. والله أجواء جميلة نعيشها هنا. أجواء في غاية الروعة من أجل إقامة بطولات. هنا أحمد المالكي يرسلها بدوره. هنا يا الله على المرور. عدت الكرة الماضية من اللاعب فهد ساكت. فهد ساكت لا يزال ساكت حتى الآن بانتظار أن يبدأ بالحديث عن طريق تسجيل الأهداف يا فهد. لكن المرور كان رائع من فهد. ثم التمر ثم التسديد. لكن اعتلت أو عدت المرمى لتتحول إلى ركلة مرمى لمصلحة المنتخب العراقي وبالتحديد عند أحمد إبراهيم. إذن أولى كرات المنتخب العراقي أو القطري في الوصول إلى الشباك العراقية. لكن هنا الاستلام. هنا التمرير. هنا خذ والهات. يا عيني يا عيني يا عيني يا عيني على لاعبي المنتخب العراقي في التنفيذ والاستلام والتسليم لأبناء بغداد وكربلاء والبصرة. ولما نتذكر المنتخب العراقي فالجماهير العراقية تعلم بأن بعد 4 أيام هنالك مواجهة خالصة على مستوى تصفيات كأس العالم عندما يجتمع مباراة المنتخب الوطني العماني بضيفه أو بمستضيفه المنتخب العراقي في اللقاء الذي سيقام يوم الخميس القادم بعون الله تعالى في الأراضي العراقية الجميلة وبالتحديد هنالك في جذع النخلة وفي البصرة الرائعة الجميلة. إذن الكرة تصل من جديد إلى علي كاظم. استلام من علي. استلام علي يحاول مرور لكن واقف معاه صح مشعل عبد الله. الكرة إلى خارج أرضية الملعب إلى ركلة. والله تعودت أشوف مشعل في الملاعب الكبيرة. هذه أول مرة نشاهد مشعل عبد.
So then 15 minutes gone on the clock. It remains Iraq 1, Qatar 0. And the tone of the game has pretty much remained the same. Qatar struggling to get forward. Iraq creating chances galore. And a few standout players for the men in white as well as they switch to play once more over to the far side. A nice, or should I say well-worked bit of play from Iraq until they were met with a wall of burgundy. Still, though, they continue to come forward. Marta playing their way out of danger nicely. A beautiful touch in the middle of the park to get them back on the attack. Here is Marta once again. An opportunity perhaps for a shot and a good save. A very good save right at the keeper. But difficult to stop that not going between your legs and into the back of the net for Iraq's second goal. And something needs to change here for Qatar if they are going to not only get back into this one, but take the lead, because they absolutely would have backed themselves to win this game. And right now they trail by the 1 goal. Ali Taha. Nice bit of footwork from him. Skips past one, gets a shot away, but only into the advertisement boarding. And they're having a good time. And they'll hope that the opening game of the Gulf Cup will be a victory for their side. As another ball goes long and a foul in the area there. The question is, who fouled who? Ahmed Hashim pleading his innocence. Did seem to be some kind of contact. And remember, if there is a penalty awarded at any point in this competition, it will be soccer penalties. And if you haven't seen one of those before, well, you can look forward to it. The ruling will be a soccer penalty. An opportunity then for Qatar to get back into this game. Essentially, a soccer penalty is a 1v1, a free opportunity until the ball goes dead. There is a time constraint, so they will want to tuck this away as quickly as possible. They get on to perhaps taking the lead in this game. Ahmed Hashem, the man who conceded the penalty, is now the man that'll have to stop Qatar from levelling the game. The goalkeeper's had his warning. The strikers had his. And the first game of the Gulf Cup will have the first soccer penalty. Now, the referee not looking. He's in charge of the time. No bias involved. A 1v1. Straight up, right-footed, and absolutely no chance for Ahmed Hashem. 1-1 is the score. It took Qatar 17 and a half minutes to open their account in the competition. But a big goal for them and a glimpse of hope on the horizon. A gift really provided to them in the form of a soccer penalty. But they won't care how they scored. The fact is they have scored and they're now level. Game on. And what a way to end the first half. Iraq will certainly look to restore their lead before that whistle goes. Probing now, slightly less pace in the attack, and well defended that time. Flicked away by Al-Shamiri. He's had a good game so far. He's had a lot to deal with as we see a replay of that penalty. Ahmed Hashem pretty much resigned to conceding that goal. There's a nice bit of footwork in the middle of the park. Faisal. Left-footed effort. And there was a striker at the byline looking just to turn that in. I'm sure it was a shot. It would have been a very creative pass had it found its mark, or one or the other, the goal or the player at the byline. But in the end, all the way through, and it remains 1-1. Some bright sparks for both teams so far. Al-Shamiri at the back for Qatar. Solid. Hussein Tauma for Iraq. An opportunity, though, for Qatar to go the other way. A heavy touch. Did concede possession. Saved, though, by the referee's whistle. And another set-piece opportunity for Qatar. Can they take the lead just before the break? Ahmed Khalifa over the ball. Now, it's a fair way out, but he's lining up as though he wants to shoot. It's a two-man wall for Iraq. It'll be a incredible effort if he was to get it up and down, and in the end he went under the wall, but he also went wide. Perhaps a fortunate touch there to send it out for a corner. Ahmed Khalil with the delivery to the back stick, headed towards goal, but a good save this time from Hashem. Wide it goes, a heavy touch though. Prevents the opportunity for Iraq to retake the lead before the half-time whistle blew. There we are then. Iraq took the lead very early on by a fantastic goal from Hussein Tauma, but equalising just before the whistle via a soccer penalty was Qatar. And at the break, we're all level, 1-1. Welcome back then to the Soccer Golf Cup here in Salalah, Oman. We are well on the road to the World Cup at the end of this year, and the debut game is very much underway. Qatar won, Iraq won. It was a first half of ups and downs for both teams, really. Iraq came out the blocks, and they were magnificent in the opening stages, perhaps unlucky to not extend their lead by more than just the one goal. And then very late on, a soccer penalty gave Qatar the opportunity to go into the break all square. And we're underway in the second half. 20 minutes to determine the winner of the inaugural game of the very first Gulf Cup. And here is Qatar on the attack. To the edge of the area they go. That is a good block and a chance perhaps for Iraq to counter-attack. This star man from the first half, Hussein Tauma, giving it away. And then Qatar's star man really clearing it up to the other end. And that was Al-Shamiri. Here we go again. Will the tone of the second half be the same? It will be if they can grab a goal here. Iraq left-footed. Looked like a foul on the edge of the area. No, says the referee. And play continues. All the way through to Ahmed Hashem, the man who conceded the penalty in the first half, but also made some wonderful saves to keep his side from going behind. They certainly grew into the game, Qatar, and they'll be confident of taking a win home here. I'm sure, though, this Iraq side will have one or two things to say about that before the conclusion of this game. Long ball again from the keeper. And as I said in the first half, that's an issue many teams have with the long ball. If they haven't got that target man up top, they do find it difficult to control the long balls. The space up there is so limited. The whistle has gone. A little bit of confusion there. It is Matar leading the protests. Here, though, another set-piece opportunity for Qatar to score a goal that would give them the lead for the first time in this game. Left-footed rocket comes in and crusades over the bar. Well, never really on target, that one. But had it been on target, you wouldn't have been, as I say, that right-footed effort. Another big save. End-to-end stuff. Now the game really opening up. I was going to say you wouldn't want to be in the wall had that set-piece opportunity been on target. But before I could utter the words, Iraq had gone up the other end and created their own opportunity. As another chance skyrockets. Haven't quite found the mark yet, the forwards in this game. Really, it's been a midfield masterclass from the team in white. If you are just joining us, welcome. It is the inaugural tournament of the Gulf Cup. This is the very first game. You haven't missed too much action. A goal for either side, and it is, as we started, all square. Ali Zaha into the middle to the goal scorer, who switches the play nicely. Hussam Mata to the edge of the area. A nice bit of play from Iraq. And really 2 yards out. The goalkeeper did very well. Certainly knows where the goal is, Hussam Mata. But stern defence once again. Taking some risks, Qatar. Certainly the lion's share of opportunities and chances on goal have gone to Iraq, but unable to capitalise. The latest falling to Hussam Mata. Al-Shamari, right-footed. Looked as though it was a shot, but he's indicating he just wanted it to drop into the area. Looking for somebody to get on the end of it. 5 minutes in to this second half. Opportunities for both teams. Marta switches the play. A nice back heel. Intercepted though. Unable to get onto it. Well, the two Husseins, number 5 and 6 on your screens, Marta and Tauma, have combined rather nicely so far. Another man having a great game is that number 2, Abdul Wahab. Endless energy, I think, is the words you use to describe him. As another shot comes in, but just haven't quite got their shooting boots on. Opportunities, yes. Danger on the opposition goal, not so much, as that looked as though it was a fair challenge there. The whistle has gone. An opportunity then for Qatar, left-footed, saved, and again over the bar. I promise you the goals haven't shrunk. It's just good defending at the moment. They'd have 10 goals each if the goal was 3 times as high. Nevertheless, just the one apiece as it stands. Qatar pushed back. Looking to work an opportunity. Left foot or right foot, it doesn't matter. And that was a nice, well, I call it opportunity. It was more of a half chance. A back heel off the back of the effort. This time the long ball stays in, but falls to the wrong team. They do this so well. Iraq switching the play to players who certainly have the creativity, and Ali Taha, absolutely one of those players, the number 11, with the latest burst forward for Iraq. And the fans are having a great time. You got food, drinks, and good football. What more could you ask for? I suppose good weather, and that's absolutely been ticked off here. A miss hit there. Appeals for a foul, but more of an air kick, a good effort. Just a shame from the Qatar point of view that he couldn't put it on target. Here come Iraq going the other way. Play continues. I think they're more than happy to take the free kick in this kind of area, a little bit closer to the goal. Hussam Mata over the free kick. Abdul Wahab to his right. It will be that man. Well, there's appeals for a corner. They're waved away by the officials. For a moment, I thought it was in. Abdul Wahab couldn't have been miles away. But the opportunity to score a winner goes amiss. That man again running the show from the middle of the park. He may prove to be vital for Iraq in this tournament. Yahya Abdul Wahab. Magnificent so far. But at the moment, the points are being shared. Tidied up nicely there. As we approach the 30-minute mark, the chances on goal haven't quite been as frequent as they were in the first. Similarities, though, in that Iraq is certainly the team coming forward more often as another effort on target is deflected. And a little bit of head tennis will provide another chance for a shot to come in. Snatched at it, though. Hussein Tauma. And Qatar will go long. They're not having much luck going full send with the goal kicks. It immediately invites pressure back on and a chance perhaps to take the lead. Another block. What more can they do? It's high fives all round, but at the moment, Iraq just can't retake the lead. Hussein Tauma with another effort. Here he is again. Can't quite slip it through to a teammate. And Qatar, as they look to break, slightly wayward pass. Certainly if you are in the stands, you'd be happier and more confident of Iraq taking the lead. Qatar, of course, though, coming from behind via a penalty to level the score and give them a chance. Remember, 8 teams in this competition, and the best 4 if they have already not qualified, trying to get the words out as another opportunity for Iraq arose. But as I was saying, the teams who haven't already qualified for the World Cup here in Oman can qualify by finishing in one of the top 4 spots. Four days of action await here in Salalah. Next up, Saudi Arabia take on Kuwait. After that, UAE go up against Yemen. And to finish day 1, it's Oman against Egypt. We'll then have 2 more days of group games before the finals on September 4th. You won't want to miss it. And who will be there? We'll have to find out right now. Iraq certainly in this game look the favourites to win it. Just over 7 minutes left. And Iraq have a corner. Abdul Wahab will be the man to take it. Drives it low. The deflection falls to the feet of his teammate. But once again, Hussein Tauma unable to capitalise. And it goes again, this time a long ball. A missed kick gives the opportunity, perhaps for a counter-attack, but tied it up very nicely. And they've done a good job at that today, the Iraq defence. Right-footed effort, blocked to the edge of the box it goes. Shots coming in all over the place. Surely it's only a matter of time as another block comes in. And now we have a man down. Urgency for Qatar, because the last time Iraq looked this likely to score was just before they did. Well, we will have a moment or two while the medical team work their magic. Every player will want to continue as long as possible. They won't want to see their first game in the tournament cut short by injury. Fingers crossed. Everyone will be able to continue. A few nervous faces, not just in the stands, but on the bench of Qatar as well. And that's what we want to see. Positive signs. Nobody wants to come off early. Just over 5 minutes remain in this game. Is there a winning goal on the cards? Floated ball over to the left wing. Followed up by a shot, and A little bit of worry. Alarm bells ringing ever so slightly in the defence there for Qatar. But a chance to counter-attack, well defended, and the look to go the other way. Long ball. And that time there was a maroon shirt on the end of it, but unable to direct it. Abdul Wahab in the middle. Just the decoy though as another effort comes in. Well, they haven't all been on target, and so the keeper hasn't been too busy. But again, look at that from Ali Taha. Drops the shoulder onto his right foot and unleashes an effort. You feel all they need to do is really hit the target. This time, though, the long ball pays off. Brought down wonderfully well. Space, though, limited in that area. Poked in once again, but rolled away calmly this time. Iraq will have an opportunity to counter-attack. And Ali Taha, just a little bit too much on it this time. End-to-end stuff. And if you are new to soccer and the game and the format itself, the size of the pitch would suggest it's always end-to-end, but you'd be surprised. So many different games, so many different ways of playing. But in terms of entertainment value, the way Iraq are playing this game is exactly what the supporters want to see. Another man down. Saeed Ghulam in the middle of the park there on the field for Qatar. A player who can find you a goal when you need one. Won't be the furthest man forward. They've got some defending to do now, though. That's a dangerous ball. And that, a wicked deflection. Keeper will be grateful to get his hands on that one. And this really has been the tail of the tape in the second half. Both teams looking to counter-attack. They view that as their best route to goal as the ball goes towards the byline. A 1-2 and then a switch of play. Hussein Tauma running the show as it's deflected away. But Iraq will come again. Marta to Tauma. Oh, lovely feint to provide a bit of space on the wing. Ball into the area. A right-footed shot just miskicked as a bicycle kick comes in. Audacious. That's what we like to see. A well-earned high five. The acrobatics on the edge of the box. The technique was exceptional. But again, just off target. How many times have I said that so far today? As darkness arrives at the stadium, the opportunity for both teams is there. Just over 2 minutes of regulation time to go. Ahmed Hashem starts the attack once again from the back, and that's been the real difference between these two teams. Iraq happy to build from the back and create opportunities like that. Qatar absolutely favouring the long ball, but they've defended well, and more defending is needed. Al-Maliki doing just about enough, but the urgency coming from Iraq to get that winning goal. Is there one more twist in the tail? Marta gives it left, and another shot. Deflected over the bar. Good save, actually. There was a touch on that one. They're getting closer. But the resilience of Qatar is there for all to see. Chipped into the middle. A rare header in the area. And it is shepherded out. As we see the conclusion of the first game of this year's Gulf Cup come ever closer. Is there one more chance for these teams to score a winner. Free kick. Building from the back once again is Iraq. A wall of maroon lies in front of them. A left-footed effort deflected again. This time Hussein Tauma. But the white jerseys of Iraq pushed all the way up now. The furthest man back was a man 5 yards outside the area. Abdul Wahab dropping deep to pull the strings. Feints to go one way, goes the other. Beats the first man, concedes possession. Deemed to have won it back unfairly. We're into added time now. Ali Taha, left-footed, and over once again. They've had the chances, Iraq, to take the lead in this game. They've played wonderfully well, but I think credit where it's due. Qatar have limited them to really chances from outside the area, difficult shots. There's a bicycle effort there. Is almost sent into the ocean. And that is the full-time whistle. The very first game then of the 2024 Gulf Cup ends in a draw. Iraq came out the blocks and opened the scoring as Hussein Tauma slotted a wonderful effort straight down the middle of the goal. They continued their impressive start to the tournament all the way through until that first soccer penalty came into play, which Qatar tucked away to make it 1-1. And in the second half, it was more of the same. Iraq pushing Qatar back, but it was a resilient defensive performance from the boys in maroon. It ends then all square. Iraq won, Qatar won. Don't go anywhere though, because there's plenty more soccer action to come. Saudi Arabia taking on Kuwait is up next. And don't forget the UAE against Yemen, and Oman taking on Egypt is still to come on day one of the Soccer Gulf Cup.
Ah, okay, got you. Test, test. Cool. Perfect. Thanks, Philippe.
دمار
هيلي يلا سرينا هيلي هيلي يلا على جنة صلانا
ربك سبيلي على هالجو
هيلي يلا سرينا هيلي هيلي يلا على جنة صلانا
اسمي ما مجلي عزمي ما مجلي شهور ما تصعب الأحلام والعزم باسل. خذ من عيون الشمس يا منتخب نور، دام النجوم البيض تلبس لباسك.
سجل يا قلم يا منتخبنا يا يمن، لعبك تعدى كل فن، دايم على مر الزمن، نفخر بكم بين الأمم. 1 2 3 أولي 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 1 2 3 منتخب يمني. أحمر يماني لا لعب، الكل من حوله تعب، حب الجماهير قد كسب، حي اليماني يا عرب.
العب كرة هز الشباك، خلي عدوك في ارتباك، ما حد تعدى مستواك، أحمر يماني قل نعم.
1 2 3 أولي 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 1 2 3 منتخب يمني.
يا منتخبنا يا بطل الكل عنك يتسأل، العب وسجل بيح على الفوز لأجلك ارتسم.
العب وسجل جول جول يا كنترول، سجل دخول ابن اليمن شل العقول، افخر وفوق هز العلم. 1 2 3 أولي 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 1 2 3 منتخب يمني.
لا تياسوش عند التعادل يا عبد باسي. ايوه ايوه هدف، ايوه هدف الله هذا، ايوه الله 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 الله.
1 2 3 أولي 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 1 2 3 منتخب يمني.
هاجم تقدم يا هجوم، هز شباك مرمى الخصم، نحو البطولة يا نجوم، حقق لنا أعلى رقم.
حي اليماني يا عرب، حيوا معي قوى منتخب، ذي ينطلق نحو اللقب، حنا معه مهما حصل. 1 2 3 أولي 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 1 2 3 منتخب يمني. هاجم تقدم للكرة، شباك خصمك دمره، كل الجماهير حاضرة، هذا اليماني يا حكم.
لا ميسي ولا محمد صلاح، حي اليماني بارتياح، فيك الفخر فيك النجاح، واسعد جماهيرك نعم.
1 2 3 أولي 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 1 2 3 منتخب يمني. يا كل دولة ومنتخب، ابن اليمن فيه العجب، لعب الكرة عندي طرب، حي اليمن.
أنا أحب قطر وأهل قطر، الحب في دمي من الصغر، دايم على مر العمر، خليجنا واحد. وأنا بحريني قلبي في عمان، إخوان إحنا من زمان، لها وسط قلبي مكان، خليجنا واحد. وأنا
لعب الكل من حوله تعب حب الجماهير قد كسب حي اليمانية عرب
العب كرة هز الشباك خلي عدوك في ارتباك ما حد تعدى مستواك احمر يماني قل نعم
1 2 3 أولي 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 1 2 3 منتخب يمني
يا منتخبنا يا بطل الكل عنك يتسأل العب وسجل بيح على الفوز لجلك ارتسم
العب وسجل جول جول يا كنترول سجل دخول ابن اليمن شل العقول افخر وفوق هز العلم 1 2 3 أولي 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 1 2 3 منتخب
Hello and welcome back to the stunning Havana Resort in Salalah, Oman, where the stage is set for us to continue our coverage of match day 1 in the inaugural Gulf Cup. We've got more Group B action coming up for you as Yemen take on the United Arab Emirates, with both sides looking to get their tournament off to a winning start. Iraq and Qatar did the honours of getting proceedings underway earlier this evening. The shares were spoiled after Hussein Talma's classy opener for Iraq was cancelled out by the first soccer penalty of the tournament, which Qatar gratefully dispatched to see the game finish 1-1 and register a point for both sides in Group A. Saudi Arabia were due to play Kuwait in the first game of Group B at 7:30, but they didn't make it to the arena in time, meaning Kuwait were handed an automatic 5-0 win, shooting them straight to the top of the Group B standings. The teams are out and will be guiding you through every kick of the ball as Yemen do battle with the UAE very shortly. But first, it's time for the national anthems.
السلام الوطني لجمهورية اليمن يرجى الوقوف في حالة القدرة.
Two passionate renditions there from both teams and very well observed by everyone in the ground, it must be said. We are just moments away from kickoff now, but first let me bring you up to speed on both sides. What do we know about the UAE and Yemen? Well, both are relatively unknown quantities in the world of soccer. Yemen have featured in an international competition before, while for the UAE this is their debut on the international soccer stage. That being said, neither nation appeared in the World Cup in Essen last year, meaning the Gulf Cup presents a huge opportunity for them to reach the promised land this time out. A reminder that the top 4 nations in the Gulf Cup will qualify for a coveted spot in the World Cup right here in Oman from November 29th to December 7th. Both countries share a border with Oman and they'll be hoping to join in with their neighbours' festivities come November rather than looking wantingly over the garden fence. The time here is just past 8:30 p.m. in Oman, and despite the mist it's still a sweltering 26 degrees, although it feels much more like 30 plus. Tough conditions for the players to perform in, but I'm sure they're no strangers to the Middle Eastern heat as the two captains just shake hands. A toss of the coin to decide which side will get us started as we look ahead to the third match on the first day of the Gulf Cup. A reminder that our final game of match day 1 will see host Oman take on Egypt in what was the most anticipated game of the day for several reasons. Both sides have plenty of experience on the international stage and it presents a chance for us to have a look at Oman's World Cup squad before they host the tournament here later this year. The final huddles for both sides now, just before we get underway. Yemen sporting an all-red kit. They looked very lively in their warm-up, as did the UAE as they were going through numerous attack versus defence drills. Their number 4, Ali Al-Raisi, looked particularly lively. One to watch as we get into this. Picture time for Yemen, savouring every moment of this opening day of the Gulf Cup. Has to be said that Oman certainly know how to put on a show. As we know, this is the second stop on our convoy to the World Cup, and one that's been hotly anticipated. Already enjoyed a cracking match of soccer earlier today. A 1-1 draw between Qatar and Iraq. Iraq looked a very lively side, but they were pegged back by a resilient Qatari side as we approach kick-off now. It's going to be Yemen to get us underway. The United Arab Emirates sporting an all-white kit, and we are underway. Yemen enjoying some early possession as they just switch it around the back. The United Arab Emirates look happy to just sit off and let them enjoy the first few strokes of the ball. Clipped straight out of play for United Arab Emirates kick in, and they get their first chance to fire something towards Yemen's goal. Switch to the number 15, Rashid Al Hanipep. Some nice touches here from the United Arab Emirates. As we say, there's not a huge amount of history to suggest they'll be one of the front runners in this competition, but they may be looking to surprise a few. A misty evening here in Salalah. As I say, the heat's still intense as it always is in the Middle East, and that's a neat touch there from the United Arab Emirates. It's chipped over to that right hand side, but the ball is back now with Yemen as both sides enjoy some early sparring. Played into the middle of the park. Neat first couple of touches from the number 7, Al Qadir. Loops up in the air, and there's a chance here for the United Arab Emirates to launch a counter-attack. Instead they choose to slow it down and just approach over the halfway line. Played out to the left-hand side with Abid Mohammed, who cuts inside and looks to find his opposing number, but it's cut out, and there's a chance for a shot here. The shot does come in, and it whistles past the post of Al Jazmi's goal, and that is the first warning sign from Yemen. A stray pass intercepted in the centre of the pitch. Strides taken towards the United Arab Emirates goal, and a fierce shot just whistles past the post. The UAE looking to counter that with their own warning shot now as they work their way towards Yemen's goal. Drilled across the face of goal and hashed away there, only to the path of number 3, Al Salami. Works it out against this left-hand side. A neat ball across the field. Onto the left foot, struck and wide. But again, signs of life from the UAE. And an energetic opening to this encounter as Anis Al-Mari collects the ball and assesses his options ahead of him. Couple of gestures to the players up the field, just saying, give me some movement, as he clips it long and straight out of play from keeper to keeper to Al Jazmi. United Arab Emirates just striding out, and it's with Abid Mohammed again, who's seen plenty of the ball in these opening 3 minutes or so. Over onto that right hand side. Can the United Arab Emirates build something here? Slight opening, but it's chopped back, and possession maintained with that man Abid Mohammed again as he cuts in. Finds his teammate, receives the ball again. Some nice possession here, and that's a neat pass around the corner, and the disguised ball back to the number 6, Al Sawaidi, who just wasn't on the same wavelength as his teammate. But again, United Arab Emirates still with some possession as they look to scurry into Yemen's box, but a foul's been given, much to the relief of Yemen, who are under the cosh a little bit there. Now it's their chance to exchange some passes as it's clipped down the line but nicely intercepted. The ball breaks again for Yemen, who are striding forward. Out to the number 7, Al Qadir. What can he do as he looks to break down the line? Neatly intercepted there, and the UAE stride away in what's already panning out as an end-to-end contest. Almost finds its way over there to Abid Mohammed, but again Yemen can break. The shot comes in, deflected. Well, the shot didn't have much power on it, but certainly caused plenty of discomfort for the UAE defender, who could only slice it clear. And Yemen will have an opportunity from a corner kick to get it into the UAE's mixer. as one of the officials just replaces the ball. Wasn't too happy with the yards that Yemen were trying to steal, and it's fired across the face of goal, and it just pings straight back to the corner taker. As again, the UAE try and break away, but Yemen do well to maintain possession, clip round the corner, and that's in no man's land, and it will drift harmlessly through for a kick in on that far side. Just one game to go in the first day of the Gulf Cup. Of course, once we've seen through proceedings here, with Oman taking on Egypt, as I said previously, both sides with a huge amount of pedigree in soccer. Oman have had plenty of involvement this year in various competitions in the lead up to the World Cup. As the officials step in here, I think it's going to be a free kick to the UAE. Yes, it is. Nicely placed, just off centre to the right. An opportunity perhaps for either Abid Mohammed or Al Salami to fire one towards Yemen's goal. It is in fact the number 10 Al Falassi who stood over it. A tricky left-footed player who's shown some real jinky movement in these opening 5 minutes or so. And this looks like a preset routine as it's cannoned in there by Al Falassi as they did a synchronised quartet of movement to allow for that shot to come in. Clipped over to the number 15, Al Hanabib. Cuts it to Abid Mohammed, who, as I say, has been conducting things for the UAE so far. He strides in field. Out to that right-hand side. Shot comes in, and it's a great shot, but an equally good save from Al Mari, and he did well to hold that one as well. Just flung himself over to the right-hand side of his goal and got both his paws firmly on the ball, as we just see that replay there. Positive signs from the UAE. Clipped forward by Yemen. Long ball again. They look to be favouring that tactic in the opening exchanges, perhaps just trying to catch the United Arab Emirates cold, but to no avail so far. And now Jasmi has the ball back in his palms. Rolls it out to Al Salami. Exchanges passes with his keeper. We do have 2 more days of group action before we head to that all-important final stage on day 4, September the 4th, where the finals will take place. As I said before, 4 teams will claim qualification to that World Cup in Oman, right here in Oman, in November and early December. And these 2 sides will certainly be desperate to be among that 4. Back in play now with Abid Mohammed. He lets off a strike, and that's another good save from Anis Al Mari, who's been busy in these opening exchanges. Again, just chucks himself down to his right-hand side to palm that one away. It was a fierce drive. I don't think it was ever troubling him too much, but he had some ground to make up as the UAE claim a corner. What can they do? Roll to the edge of the box, and that's a quick strike from Abid Mohammed, but it sails high over Al Mari's goal. And he certainly would have been grateful to see that one clear his crossbar. Just another look at that strike from Abid Mohammed. A fierce drive, and as I say, it's looked very lively for United Arab Emirates so far, as Yemen looks to be preparing a sub, but not before they might have a chance to score. No, the ball has just run itself away from Salamin as he looked to advance down that right hand side. Both teams are making substitutions. Ali Al Raisi comes on for the United Arab Emirates and joins the fray. As I say, still hot enough to cause discomfort here in Salalah. Not easy conditions for anyone to play in. As the strike comes in, again it just sails wide of Al Mari's post, but Oman certainly looking to strike the ball from distance, not afraid to shoot. Yemen, what can they conjure as they look to establish a foothold in this game and register their first shot on target? Almost played themselves into trouble there, but a fortuitous deflection sees the ball end up back in the palms of Al Mari, who rolls it out to his number 13, Radfani, as they look to advance up the pitch. But the UAE quickly snuff it out and earn themselves a kick in. Well, either side have their work cut out in Group B to catch up with Kuwait, certainly on goal difference after they were handed a +5. Ooh, strike comes in, deflection, still there. Scurried away there by Yemen, but again another warning sign, and that's a loose touch, and the UAE will have a kick in. A fierce low drive that was almost deflected in on its route to goal. UAE have Yemen penned back here. As Jasmine looks up, assesses his options ahead of him. He's got Ibrahim to his left-hand side, but he opts to come inside, and that's a neat turn there from Al Razi as he enjoys his first few touches after coming onto the field. Spread out to that right-hand side. A loose touch, but UAE haven't lost possession as it's with Badir Ibrahim. A nice, incisive ball through the middle, but the flick round the corner just didn't find his intended target. But again, another good idea by the UAE. They're starting to poke and pry at Yemen, who are looking slightly uncomfortable. They've had their nose disjointed in this early encounter, but as we know in the game of soccer, things can change in a heartbeat. As the UAE come forward once again. Switched out to the left-hand side. Return to Ibrahim, who's got plenty of space in front of him. Looks for the chip ball, and it almost connects with the head of the UAE forward, who is camped right inside Yemen's penalty area. Just needed the faintest touch to take that away from Anis Al-Mari, who just about got a fist to it. But there is a corner. Shot comes in straight into the grateful arms of Al-Mari. Living dangerously here, Yemen. So I think the corner's going to be retaken. Again, I don't know if the official was happy with the placement of the ball on the turf. It's going to be Ibrahim to deliver this into Yemen's box. Looks up, chips it towards the back post. Half palmed away, strike comes in. High, wide, and not very handsome, but another golden opportunity passes for the UAE. Al-Mari will certainly be happy about that one, as he only got half a hand to it and sent it straight into the direction of the opposing player, who could only cannon one over the crossbar and clear the stand. Crowds have slowly started to build here. We saw a few smatterings of Iraqi fans earlier on who very much enjoyed their side's display, despite the Qataris pegging them back with the first soccer penalty of the tournament. No doubt we'll see plenty more people in here later on when Oman get their tournament underway, as Ibrahim plays a neat ball round the corner to Al Razi. Back to Ibrahim. Works in field. That's a neat ball round the corner again, and the UAE could be building something here. Loose touch, cross to the back post. And the chance fizzles out, and Yemen have a chance again to try and work their way up the pitch. Neat bit of footwork, but the ball lost. And that's going to be a foul on Al Yassi. Did well to get his body between man and ball and just hold off his opposing number, who could only send him tumbling to the turf. And there's another chance for the UAE to work one of their trademark set-piece routines. Ibrahim, the man, stood over it. Plenty of movement ahead of him. Worked out to the right-hand side. Chops across. Chance for a shot here. Can he get it off? No, Yemen just managed to scurry it away. He just wanted slightly too much time there, Ali Al-Raisi. He'd done the hard bit. He'd brought the ball back down to the turf. He got it under his spell, but he just couldn't fashion a strike. Worked over to Al-Raisi again. Can he this time? Neat bit of footwork. Played inside. Lost possession there by Al Yassi. But they've regained it. Ibrahim shrugging his opposite man off the ball and working his way like a bulldozer up that touchline. As we approach 14 minutes gone in this contest, and we have to be honest, it's been all the UAE so far. As I said, we weren't sure what to expect from them, but this looks a very assured display. As Al Raisi looks to cause Yemen problems again, but this time they deal with it. And Al-Mari was taking absolutely no risk with that one, as he cleared the ball into the stands. Neat little back heel there. Chance for a shot. Shot does come off, and it's another great save from Al-Mari, who's had plenty of work to do in this opening 15 minutes. Again, he just chucked himself down to his right-hand side to parry that low drive. And again the UAE pepper shots on Yemen's goal, and that's a neat ball and it's off the post. A beautifully disguised reverse pass there from Ibrahim, and the flick around the corner just strikes the post, and Yemen lives to fight another day as Al Mari falls on the ball, and they scrape by the skin of their teeth. As yet another aimless pass upfield goes awry. Yemen really struggling to get a foothold in this game as the UAE introduce Al Falassi into the fray. Danger man Abid Mohammed also back on the field. Can he find this opener for the United Arab Emirates? Blade over to that right hand side. Plenty of space to operate in. Considers the shot, but back to Abid Mohammed. Closed down quickly by Yemen's number 15 Salem, but they find a way out, and this is a promising position here now for the United Arab Emirates. Neat back heel, just slightly behind his teammate. Still in possession, still biding their time, and that's an excellent reverse ball. Chance for a shot, played across the face of goal, and Ali Al Raisi just got that all wrong. It was an excellent move, the disguised reverse pass, as we've seen from them before, squared across the face of goal. Al Mari's net is mercy, but Ali Al Raisi just couldn't sort his feet out to apply the finish, and somehow we are still at 0-0, 16 minutes in. El Hananip just advances towards the halfway line, and that's a neat clip over to Al Raisi, who is starting to get a little bit frustrated with himself as, again, he failed to get that one under his spell. In fact, it was Abid Mohammed that couldn't quite bring that ball down to earth. But the UAE will come again with Ibrahim. Neat ball, loose touch, and Yemen can just try and smuggle this away, and there's a chance for them here if they're in. But Al Jazmi reacts quickly to race off his line. For a moment, it looked like they turned defence into attack. But Al Jazmi was fast to react. He hasn't had an awful lot of work to do so far, but he stays switched on for that one. UAE stride forward. That's a neat run. Chance for a shot. Played to the back post. And we do have the first goal. The UAE have finally broken the deadlock. And it's the number 10, Al Falassi. He's been on the pitch barely 4 minutes, Al Falassi. But he's latched on to that neat disguised pass at the back post. That same reverse ball we've seen already so many times from the United Arab Emirates in this one. And he was on hand, Johnny on the spot, to turn it into an empty net. It was Abid Mohammed with an excellent angled pass over to that back post. He saw Al Falassi lurking, and Al Falassi applied the finish. And you have to say that one has been coming. And just on the stroke of half time, 2 or 3 minutes shy of the interval, United Arab Emirates have the goal that they so thoroughly deserved. And now they can look to build on it with Abid Mohammed, who strides in field over to that right hand side. Clip forward. Still the United Arab Emirates come. Another neat disguised pass. And a Yemen toe just pokes it out of play for a kick into the United Arab Emirates. Neat first touch. Strike comes in. It's blocked. It's all the United Arab Emirates here as they continue to prod and probe at Yemen. They want more. Abid Mohammed has picked himself out a little bit of space. Chance for a strike. And you have to say that's an improvised clearance there from the Yemen defender, who's chose to meet that strike with his head. And that's a neat ball from Abid Mohammed. Again, a little bit of space over on this right hand side. Strike comes in, parried away. Can Yemen clear? Yes, they can, just about. And they manage to hang on for their lives. If they can just get into the break here, I'm sure they'll need the chance to regroup. But the United Arab Emirates are looking to try and kill this one off before the interval. Abid Mohammed picking out another good position. He's got options left and right. Another neat ball round the corner, a chance. And it's turned wide. It's Abid Mohammed with the strike, but Yemen with a last ditch block. Corner comes in. And the idea was there from Abid Mohammed. He just tried to open up his body and guide that one into the net, but he got the angle slightly off. As another Yemen substitution is made. Al Makila enters the fray. Now they'll look to build something, but a loose touch is shepherded out nicely by the United Arab Emirates. and they can come again. Al Jasmi sweeps the ball over to that right hand side. And he wasn't so calm and composed with that one as he sends the ball up into the night sky and out for a Yemen kick in. Just a reminder of the 8 teams that are participating in this Gulf Cup: Iraq, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, Yemen, Egypt, and of course Oman. We've still got one more match for you to come this evening, so don't go anywhere once this one is concluded. Here come the United Arab Emirates again, just looking to fashion one more chance before that half-time whistle blows. Abid Mohammed strides in field. Neat pass. Good ball round the corner, but player just lost his footing there. But now's a chance for a strike. Ball to the back post. What can he do? Abid Mohammed shoots. Blocked. Cleared. Still there. And finally, just about nudged behind for a goal kick. And again, Anis Almari will be ever so grateful to see that one clear his post, because it looked, for all intents and purposes, like the United Arab Emirates were going to go into the break 2-0 to the good. But still it remains 1-0, and there goes the half-time whistle. The United Arab Emirates deservedly ahead at the break. We've got a second half to come, and we'll see if Yemen can revive themselves and try and claw themselves back into this contest. I'm sure some strong words will be had at half-time. Stay with us. We'll be back for all the second half action very shortly. Welcome back here for second half action as the United Arab Emirates take on Yemen in Group B of the Gulf Cup on day one. The United Arab Emirates, of course, a goal to the good. They enjoyed a very positive first half with Al Falasi steering one in at the back post to give them a well-deserved lead. Despite all their positive work in that opening 20 minutes, their coach was still hammering tactics home to them during the interval. He clearly wants more. Kuwait, of course, top the group at the minute after being awarded a 5-0 win in their bye against Saudi Arabia as Yemen stride forward, looking to start this half better than they finished the last one, as Al Mari works out to the number 13. Radfani plays it down the touchline. Loose ball, and that will be a kick in for the United Arab Emirates. It won't actually, it'll be for Yemen. Must have just rebounded off the shin of one of the United Arab Emirates defenders before making its way over the sideline. As Radfani is facing his own goal. Not got a lot of options ahead of him. What can he conjure? Some nice footwork is what, as he skips past his man and finds a nice reverse ball into the middle of the pitch. Picked up though by the United Arab Emirates Al Sawaidi, and worked over to Al Falasi, who's been lively in this match so far. He looks to collect the pass back. He does. The shot comes in, and it's another good save from Al Mari, who could have made his own highlights reel out of this game, because he's been called into making a number of fantastic saves as he sprung and just pushed that one away for a corner to United Arab Emirates, who look to continue their domination. Another shot comes in, but can Yemen break? Striding towards the United Arab Emirates goal, and that's a trip, and it will be a free kick for Yemen. Despite Abid Mohammed pleading his innocence, just a dangling leg that the number 7 Al Qadir went over. Things looking slightly more positive for Yemen, who haven't been as penned in these opening exchanges, but that won't do much for them as Al Qadir opens up his body and just lifts one well wide of Al Jasmi's goal, who will pick the ball up and in turn get the United Arab Emirates back playing as he clips one down the field, looking for Abid Mohammed, but it's just slightly overhit. The idea was nice, but the execution just wasn't right, and Yemen have the ball back at their feet again. Cut out by the United Arab Emirates. That's a neat ball down the touchline, back heel, but scurried away by Yemen, and again that's good footwork as they look to attack this second half with a little bit more zest than they showed in the first. Ball played over to that left hand side, just slightly behind Abid Mohammed. Can't keep it in as he crashes into those advertising boards on that far side. And Yemen get a chance to slow the game down, place the ball on the turf and assess their options. Well cut out by the United Arab Emirates, and it's back with Al Jasmi, who's had little to do apart from find the players on his team further up the field. Hasn't been called into action to make a save yet as Abid Mohammed face up the touchline. That's a neat ball, and it's another save from Al Mari. If it wasn't for that man in goal, the United Arab Emirates could be 4 or 5 to the good as he slides in with his knees to make the block and send the ball spinning out for a corner. Played into the box, and it's a neat tackle and a good clearance, but all it will do is ensure that United Arab Emirates have another kick in. Ball in play. Can a cross come in? Chops back. Opts to send the ball all the way back to Al Falasi, who's taken up a deep position there. Picked up by Al Ali. Back to Al Falasi. The pair just exchanging passes. They'll be happy enough to slow things down with a 1-goal lead. As Abid Mohammed lifts a nice ball over to the opposing side. They've done that well, have the United Arab Emirates just switched the play, and again Al Mari is forced to slide in to prevent the United Arab Emirates forward latching onto another disguised pass. Been very intelligent with breaking the lines, have the United Arab Emirates, and very slick in their play indeed, as a 1-2 attempt just doesn't find its man, and that's good defending there from Al Makala. Chance now for Yemen to get a rare sighter on goal. Lifted only into the head of United Arab Emirates defender, and that's a striding run forward there from the number 6, Al Sawaidi. And again, Al Mari is a man possessed, charges out of his goal to make the tackle. But still the United Arab Emirates come. Chance for a shot, bodies on the line, cut back across, and can Yemen break? And that is excellent defending there from Abeid Mohammed. But he sold his goalkeeper slightly short, just as I was praising him for his defensive work. He'd managed to get his body back in between ball and man, but the pass that he looked to usher back to Al Jasmi just fell short, and Yemen almost nicked in. Al Radfani it was, sliding in, trying to steer the ball past Al Jasmi, who raises his hands. Al Jasmi back with the ball at his feet after that slight scare, as he lifts one down the touchline. That's a neat ball, and it's brought down well. Shot comes in. Blocks again from Yemen, who are putting their bodies on the line to try and keep this one at 1-0. If you've just tuned in, remember, we've got more soccer action coming for you this evening as Oman, the hosts, and of course the host of the World Cup, take on Egypt. That's a fixture plenty of people will be looking forward to. Both teams performed ever so well in Essen in Germany last year, surprising a few, and that's the beauty of soccer. It's not just the traditional big footballing nations that stake a claim and make an impact at these tournaments, as Kazakhstan have shown in the last few years with their success, as Yemen look to work the ball down the touchline. Al Yassi works it forward. Little nutmeg there from Radfani, who's pushed and pulled his way about up there, trying to make something happen for Yemen. Little bit of head tennis, but again it breaks for Yemen. Can they build something? Can they find a route back into this game after being shut out so long by the United Arab Emirates, who again just show their athleticism and fight to win that ball back? Ibrahim making an option for his keeper. He's got a man on his back. Little bit of a loose touch, just got the ball stuck under his studs. And the number 7 there for Yemen, Al Qadir, nipped in and poked the ball away, but in doing so seems to have caused himself a mischief. Officials just checking he's okay, as Ibrahim shows good sportsmanship to pull him back to his feet before getting us back underway. Ibrahim again. That sentinel-like figure at the back for the United Arab Emirates. Much of their play goes through him. Sweeps over to that right-hand side. Couldn't quite be brought down. It was a difficult ball to deal with, but a slip there allows the United Arab Emirates to steal back possession through Al Salami. Works over. Chance for a shot perhaps here. Abeid Mohammed opts instead to come back, and Ibrahim's on the ball now. Can he shoot? Yes, he can. Another save from Al Mari. That time not troubled too much, but he still did well to keep his hands on the ball. And Yemen can break now. Quickly snuffed out by the United Arab Emirates. A 2-on-1 situation. Works over to that left-hand side, and it's just escaped the spell of Abeid Mohammed as Al Mari comes out again to throw himself on the ball. And again, it looks like we've got a Yemen player down here. They're going through the wars. Certainly not for the want of trying that they're 1-0 down in this one. They've been committed to the cause, throwing themselves on the line, especially that man Al Mari. While we have a slight pause for this injury, just time to revisit my notes earlier. This is, of course, the second stop on our convoy to the World Cup. Oman kicked off its preparations with a soccer carnival in Niswa, which drew in an incredible amount of visitors as they put on all sorts of festivities and showed us that they can certainly host a party. As Yemen look to work it forward, again cut out by the United Arab Emirates. But it's back at the feet of Yemen, chop in field. Neat footwork there just to maintain possession under pressure as we approach the half-hour mark. Al Jazmi rushes out of his goal to punch that one clear, takes a little bit of man with it, but nothing wrong with that. Neat feet there, just manoeuvring himself out of a tight space. But Yemen can break forward. Is this their chance? Great defending, another slip. And judging by the reactions of the United Arab Emirates players, they feel that was a dive and they've got possession back now and a chance to break, a chance to shoot. The shot does come in. Whistles past Al Mari's post. It was a bending, curling effort from Jassim Al-Ali. He had acres in front of him and he just opened up his body and looked to bend it round Al Mari. But he couldn't quite get the curve. And still Yemen survive. Al Mari gesturing his players forward as he chucks one into the centre of the park. It's a cute ball into the feet of Radfani. Round the corner now. Cross comes in. Just takes a fortuitous nick off the defender. And it's back into the palms of Al Jazmi. Ibrahim, that experienced figure at the heart of everything the United Arab Emirates do, just keeps them ticking, picks it up and sends it out to the left-hand side. Chance to stride over the halfway line. A little bit of a loose touch, but he still maintains the ball. And in turn, a loose pass up the field will be collected and just watched out by Al Jazmi, as he almost ushers Al Makilar to come and chase it. Ibrahim in no rush now. He knows his side are just minutes away from registering their first 3 points of the tournament. As I say, it could be a vital 3 points as 4 sides qualify for that coveted space in the World Cup. Work down the left-hand side. Shot comes in. Palmed away again by Al Mari. This time it was Abid Mohammed who tried to sneak one in at the near post. And here's Abid Mohammed again. Cut back. That should be 2-0. It's blocked. Again, block comes in off the crossbar. And finally, scissor kicked away by Yemen. Hearts in mouths moment. As the shot came in, it was blocked heroically. We'll just see a replay of it now. The follow-up there. It was almost a tackle there from Al Falassi as he just stuck a boot in as the ball hung in the air. Clipped it onto the crossbar. Al Mari was hopeless. But still, Yemen survive. Corner kick, drilled across the face of goal. Palmed away by Al Mari. And Yemen can break now. They've got 2-on-2, but support's arriving for the United Arab Emirates. Neat footwork though. Shot does come in. Blocks well. It was Al Qadir with the neat footwork there. He did ever so well. He was just trying to bide his time and wait for support. In the end, he opted to chop in and try and float one towards Al Jazmi's goal. And he's earned Yemen a corner. You just feel the longer this game goes on at 1-0, Yemen still feel they've got a chance. United Arab Emirates haven't been able to bury them yet, but that's a really poor delivery. And that won't do anything for getting them back into this contest, as it drifts straight out of play. Just a word on this tournament. The first ever Gulf Cup, and of course the World Cup come November and early December will be the first World Cup hosted outside of Europe. It's huge for soccer in the Middle East, and these teams have a chance to show why the Middle East should be on the soccer map and what they've got. We saw Iraq put on a very competent display earlier on, and we're seeing a very fine United Arab Emirates performance now as Yemen look to stride away. Great interception there. Just snuff out any potential break, but Yemen still have the ball advancing down this right-hand side. Loose touch. Has he kept it in? The officials say no. And it's just not quite clicking for Yemen. They've tried. They've hustled. They've harried. They've huffed and puffed. But that final ball just isn't there. That final little bit of quality. And again, the United Arab Emirates can bring it away. Reverse ball round the corner. Cut out. Yemen have 5 minutes to produce something. Otherwise, they are finishing their opening game on the wrong end of a 1-0 scoreline. Chipped forward by Al-Mari. Cannons off the shins of the Yemen forward, but picked up by the number 9, Al-Makila. Officials have blown for a foul here. A rather robust challenge came in and seems to have knocked the wind out of Al-Qadir as he gingerly gets back to his feet. And Yemen have a chance from range to fire something towards Al-Jazmi's goal. They do shoot, and it's neatly saved. Couldn't keep hold of that Al-Jazmi. It was too hot to handle. All he could do is parry it half away. And the United Arab Emirates do manage to fashion themselves a kick in. But the first real sighter for Yemen there, and the first shot on target. It's the United Arab Emirates break forward with Al-Suwaidi, who just can't get that one under his spell. Ball just rolls under his foot. Plenty of slip to this turf with the mist in the air. Humidity here in Oman. Neat 1-2. Picked up in the middle, and that's a interesting ball around the corner. Open goal. Can he finish? Yes, he can. It was scrappy. It wasn't pretty. But the United Arab Emirates finally have the second goal that they've deserved for some time. And it's Abid Mohammed who applies the finishing touch and puts the nail in the coffin. They will now surely emerge victorious from their first game in this competition. It was another neat pass round the corner, as we'll see here. Just stabbed over to that left-hand side. Al-Mari's come out to commit to it. Not quite got there. Scrappy cutback. And it's just bobbled over the line by Abid Mohammed. 2-0 to the United Arab Emirates. And you have to say, they've been every bit of value for this lead. And they could get even more here. Back in possession on the halfway line. Chip towards that far post. Look to head that back across the face of goal, Abid Mohammed. But he's done well to swivel and maintain possession. As Al-Suwaidi works it in field. Shot comes in again. Flashes past Al-Mari's post. Another rasping drive. Just swerving and curling away from his goal. And Yemen are all at sea here. As the United Arab Emirates will launch another attack by way of a corner. Abid Mohammed reverses one round the corner. Picked up again by the United Arab Emirates, but that pass was slightly too hot for Ibrahim to handle. Work back to Al-Jazmi. No rush now for the United Arab Emirates to do something. They've got their 2-goal lead. They've got their 3 points in the bag. All they need to do is see out these remaining 2 minutes. And they'll have enjoyed a very productive opening day of this Gulf Cup. Another clever pass. Work back into the middle. Chance for a shot. Chance for a third. Just over the bar. He slightly leant back there as he got the shot away. But again, they just carved Yemen open at will. And you have to say, for a team that have never competed in an international soccer competition, the United Arab Emirates look more than competent and more than comfortable at this level. Al-Hanapit gets us back underway. Yemen just still in there and regain possession. That's a neat run down the right hand side. Can they fashion a consolation goal? Great defending there from Abid Mohammed, showing he's not just a luxury player, he's willing to put in the work and track back. And again, it's another poor delivery. It's been a theme of the evening for Yemen. When they've had those chances from set pieces, they've just not been able to find their man. And there's a minute to go in this one before the United Arab Emirates get the confirmation of their victory. Surely now it's in the bag. As Abid Mohammed switched it over to that far hand side. Neat roll back, chance for a shot. Abid Mohammed just clears the crossbar. It had everything. It had the pace, it had the power. The only thing it was missing was the accuracy. It's turning into a shooting range at Al-Mari's goal now as he launches a quick ball down the field. held up nicely by the Yemen forward. He's got his back to goal, but support comes in the way of number 9. Chance for a shot, but again, just rolls under the studs. And the United Arab Emirates have a chance to break. Abid Mohammed, he's got a man in the centre for company. He finds him, and that's 3-0. The cherry on the cake, the icing on a fantastic performance from the United Arab Emirates. Another well-worked goal. Abid Mohammed with the pace and trickery to work himself down the touchline. He could have shot, but he had the presence of mind to cut it back to his teammate. And all he had to do was steer it into an empty net with Almari in no man's land. And the United Arab Emirates are sitting pretty. 3-0 up here on the opening day of the Gulf Cup. And for Yemen now, they'll just want this match to end. As the United Arab Emirates look for a fourth in these closing seconds. It's just cut out, but another poor pass there. Goes astray. And that will be that. The referee calls time on an excellent performance by the United Arab Emirates, who trump Yemen 3-0 on the opening day of this Gulf Cup. Don't go anywhere, because we've still got one match for you. The final match of the day, and it's a big one. Oman will take on Egypt and open up their tournament on home soil. We'll be back for that one to come.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أهلا وسهلا بالجميع في بطولة سوكا الخليج التي تقام لأول مرة في سلطنة عمان. فنبدأ مراسم الاحتفال مع السلام السلطاني العماني، لذلك نرجو من الجميع الوقوف في حالة القدرة. يسرنا أن نرحب بالأشقاء الخليجيين في سلطنة عمان في بطولة سوكا الخليج 2024، وهم منتخب دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، ومنتخب دولة قطر، ومنتخب جمهورية العراق، والمنتخب السعودي، وجمهورية اليمن، ودولة الكويت، وجمهورية مصر العربية الضيف الشرف لبطولة سوكا الخليج. أما الآن نترككم مع كلمة الفاضل حافظ الحضرمي ممثل الرئيس التنفيذي لهوانا صلالة الراعي الرسمي لهذه البطولة، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بالنيابة عن هوانا صلالة نرحب بالجميع في بطولة سوكا الخليج لسداسيات كرة القدم، ونتمنى لجميع الفرق المشاركة بالتوفيق، وعلى بركة الله نبدأ.
إذن شكرا للفاضل حافظ الحضرمي ممثل الرئيس التنفيذي لهوانا صلالة الراعي الرسمي لهذه البطولة في هذا المكان الجميل الذي تستضيفه هوانا صلالة لبطولة كأس الخليج. ممثل الاتحاد الدولي لسوكا لكرة القدم المصغرة الفاضل ستيفي، نرحب به هنا في سلطنة عمان، ونترككم مع كلمة ستيفي ممثل اتحاد سوكا الدولي.
Welcome everybody to the first ever Soccer Golf Cup here in Salalah. These events are not an easy task to organise, so I think really we should show our appreciation to Valid, his team at Sportsmakers, Hawana Salala, and all the other sponsors who've made this event a reality. It's not an easy task and it looks absolutely fantastic, and we look forward to being back in Oman at the end of November for the World Cup in Muscat. Thank you. Shakran.
Thank you, Miss Stiffy. إذا شكرا للفاضلة ستيفي ممثلة الاتحاد سوكا الدولي. أما الآن نذهب مباشرة إلى كلمة الفاضل وليد بن جمعة العبيداني الرئيس التنفيذي لصناع الرياضة ورئيس اتحاد سوكا الشرق الأوسط، رئيس اللجنة المنظمة لهذه البطولة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. نرحب بالجميع في بطولة سوكا الخليج الأولى لسداسيات كرة القدم ضمن مراحل التحضير لاستضافة سلطنة عمان لبطولة سوكا وورلد كاب، سوكا كأس العالم. بسم الله وعلى بركة الله نعلن انطلاق بطولة سوكا الخليج 2024، متمنين للجميع التوفيق.
أسمعك التحية لقدامى أساطير الخليج. إذن بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، نعود إليكم من جديد في مباراة مختلفة للغاية عندما نشاهد أساطير كرة القدم الخليجية وهم على أرضية ملعب صناع الرياضة في بطولة سوكا الخليج. هنا الصورة تأتي بذكريات جميلة، التاريخ يتحدث في هكذا لقطة، في هكذا صورة على أسماء مميزة للغاية. يتقدمهم هنا بالقمصان البيضاء الكباتن فوزي بشير يتواجد، وكذلك اللاعب علي الحبسي ومحمد ربيع، وكذلك العديد من هاشم موجود موجود معانا علي سالم، عادل خميس، والعديد من الأسماء التي اشتقنا لمشاهدة. هنا الصورة على يونس أمان، هذا اللاعب اللي ابتعدناه. وينك يا الغايب يا محمد يا ربيع؟ والأسماء تتوالى على تشكيلة الفريقين، أحمد سالم، وكذلك الأسماء تتوالى بين القمصان البيضاء والقمصان السوداء، بانتظار أن تنطلق هذه المباراة التي سوف تجمع أساطير كرة القدم الخليجية هنا على أرضية ملعب هذا اللقاء بعون الله تعالى. صور تذكارية بين الفريقين قبل انطلاق هذه المباراة. إذا صورة تذكارية جميلة تجمع النجوم هذا اللقاء المنتظر برفقة أغلب وأبرز نجوم المنتخبات الوطنية. حسين الحضري حاضر، كذلك خلونا عبد الله شيخان من الكويت حاضر، كذلك اللاعب فوزي بشير واللاعب جفار راشد، والأسماء هاشم صالح، سيف سلطان حاضر معانا، أحمد سالم، علي الحبسي، يونس أمان، محمد ربيع، هاني الضابط الأسطورة، فهد الشمري، نبيل عاشور، والعديد من الأسماء التي فهد الشمري، كذلك فهد الشمري حاضر من دولة الكويت الشقيقة. والله شخصيا اشتقت لهكذا اسماء. سعيد فرق حاضر معنا في عادل خميس كذلك من دولة قطر، والأسماء تتوالى. شخصيا اشتقت لها كثيرا. هاني وينك من زمان يا هاني؟ اشتقنا يا هاني، هذا الثنائي هاني ونبيل عاشور عندما نشاهدهم في الشاشة فنحن نشاهد تاريخ كبير. واحد من الأسماء التي صالت وقالت في الملاعب الخليجية مع المنتخب العماني عادل خميس، وابتسامة السنوات القديمة يا عادل. نعم، بانتظار صافرة الحكم لانطلاقة مباراة الشوط الأول اللي راح يكون 10 دقائق ب10 دقائق بعون الله تعالى. السلام قبل كل ذلك بين اللاعبين لأن فرصة للأمانة نشاهدهم. عبد الله شيخان حاضر، ولقاءات متبادلة. شوف الأحضان والود الذي يجمع هؤلاء النجوم في أرضية هذا الملعب. هي فرصة للنجوم أن نشاهدهم من جديد بعد غياب طويل للغاية. أتوا هذا المساء. شكرا لجميع اللاعبين على تواجدهم في هذا المساء برفقة بطولة سوكا عمان، سوكا الخليج عفوا، ونحن في اليوم الأول، في اليوم الافتتاحي لهذه البطولة. انتظار أن نشاهد المتعة الكروية هنا في أرضية الملعب. خلونا دقائق بسيطة بعدها تنطلق المباراة. 10 دقائق، ب10 دقائق الحبسي يوجه، راح يكون مدرب ولا لاعب ولا حارس. خلونا نشاهد بعون الله تعالى في قادم الوقت. سيف سلطان تعودنا نشوفك في التحليل يا سيف خلاص، لكن اليوم هو ناوي يتواجد في أرضية الملعب من أجل المتعة الكروية. لكن عاد عينك على الكلام اللي راح يصير في برنامج الدكة اللي نتمنى نوجه التحية لإخواننا هنالك في قناة عمان الرياضية، أو بالتحديد في برنامج الدكة. سير إذا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، في مباراة مختلفة تجمع أساطير كرة القدم الخليجية هنا في أرض الأصالة، في أرض المحبة، هنا في سلطنة عمان، في سلطنة التسامح والجمال، عندما تجتمع الأخوة في محفل رياضي كبير هنا في محافظة ظفار، نجتمع سويا ويجتمعون نجوم الخليج هنا في أرضية ملعب هذا اللقاء. والله اشتقنا لهذه الأسماء اللي أشاهدها أمامي هنا على أرضية ملعب المباراة، أسماء خليجية يتقدمها العديد من الأسماء. أنا راح أقول مين وأخلي مين وأتكلم عن مين، لأن الأساطير حاضرة في أرضية الملعب. هذا واحد من الأساطير الكويتية، عبد الله شيخان إلى فوزي، من فوزي إلى محمد ربيع. يا محمد اشتقنا والله اشتقنا. تعود من جديد إلى شيخان، عبد الله إلى سالم، سالم هنالك في الجانب الأيمن للفريق الأبيض المنصع بالنجوم، كلهم نجوم في أرضية الملعب. أعلق على مين وأخلي مين، لكن لو رحت على تشكيلتي أو دكة البدلاء، على يميني هنالك في الفريق الأبيض يتواجد سيف سلطان، يتواجد كذلك حسين الأبرك، علي الحبسي، وكذلك يتواجد هاشم صالح. هذه دكة بدلاء ولا منتخب ناري. لو عدت الكرة الماضية على عادل خميس، واحد من أساطير الكرة القطرية. عادل خميس ذكريات الغرافة، ذكريات اللون الأصفر، وبذكريات العنابي عادل خميس. عدت الكرة الماضية، لكن شوف التمريرة من هاني. يا الله يا الله على الكرة الماضية من أحمد خالد بالكعب إلى المايسترو فوزي. خليني أعلق عليك أكثر يا فوزي، لكن التمريرة ذهبت وتحولت إلى الحارس رضوان عيد، لاعب أو حارس الاتحاد وظفار والأندية محافظة ظفار. تعود إلى أحمد خالد، إلى رضوان من جديد، إلى من في المنتصف فهيد الشمري. نعم فهيد إلى نبيل عاشور. أوه يا عاشور، أوه يا عاشور، ذكريات المنتخب الوطني برفقة كان عاشور يتواجد، هاني يتواجد بذكريات بطولة كأس الخليج في خليج 15 هنالك في الكويت. من جديد إلى عاشور، بعد جفال إلى آمان، من آمان لمسة، وأمان يونس آمان هو واحد من أساطير الكرة العمانية، ويكفي فخر بأن يونس آمان الموسم الماضي حقق كأس صاحب الجلالة برفقة الزعيم الظفراوي، القلعة الظفراوية، عندما تفوق في المباراة النهائية على نادي النهضة هنالك في الشمال، ونحن اليوم في الجنوب. لكن هنا عينك على التسديدة من أحمد خالد، واحد من لاعبي المحافظة، إلى عاشور، نبيل عاشور مع الكرة إلى الشمر. يا سلام على إلى أحمد خالد بالقميص رقم 2 نلاقيك في كل مكان، المايسترو أيام بنياس يا فوزي. تعود من جديد هنالك على الجانب الأيمن، كرات متبادلة إلى سعيد فرج، يسقط سعيد فرج في اللقطة الماضية. هاني استلام إلى جفال إلى فهيد هذا ضاعت على الشمر الكرة الماضية، والابتسامة تأتي من عادل خميس، يقول له شو اللي تسوي يا فهيد، لسه معاك شيء، لسه باقي معاك بعض اللمسات وبعض الفنون اللي ممكن تستمتع فيها جماهيرنا الحاضرة في أرضية الملعب. محمد ربيع باللقطة الأخيرة في خليج 19 إلى من هنالك عادل خميس، لكن الكرة مقطوعة إلى الأسطورة هاني، من هاني إلى أمان يونس، أمان جفال راشد مع الكرة، جفال مع فهيد وجفال. لا الفريق الأسود يتحرك أكثر، ينتشر أكثر، ما أدري الحبسي شو يسوي، شو تعليماته هناك على دكة البدلاء. لكن هذه واحدة من لمسات هاني. لا 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 لا, لا لسه هاني ما كبر، لسه هاني هو هاني اللي شفناه أيام خليج 15 و16. هو هاني ما تغير، سبحان الله، ربي يعطيك الصحة والعافية. لكن المايسترو ابن الجبال مثل ما علق عليه عامر عبد الله زميلنا في التعليق وقال ابن الجبل، ابن صلالة، رايق دائما هنالك مع السماوي، وبالتحديد مع بنياس. ويا لها من أيام مع السماوي يا فوزي، أيام رسمت وأرسلت الفرحة للجماهير السماوية هنالك في بنياس. تعود من جديد. لو أتكلم عن الأندية اللي لعبوا فيها اللاعبين اللي أمامي صدقوني ما راح أخلص للصباح، لأن اقل لاعب ممكن لعب في 3 انديه الى 4 انديه في الاسماء اللي موجوده معانا في تشكيله الفريقين، وهذا واحد من اللاعبين سعيد فرج، لكن حاول يرسلها الى عادل خميس. عادل خميس حتى اتذكر شخصيا في الغرافه. وخلوني شويه ناخذ كذا هيثم تبوك في الظفار، كذلك معانا اللاعب عبد الله شيخان هنالك في الدوري الكويتي، وسالم كذلك في الدوري الكويتي، والعديد من الاسماء. جفال لما نشوفه نتذكر الغرافه مباشره، نتذكر الغرافه. السد عفوا يعني السد الزعيم السداوي هو بروحه رد علي قال لي لا انا سداوي، والزعيم السداوي اللي ينشط هنالك في الدوري القطري. لكن الكره تعود من جديد للقمصان البيضاء عند فوزي ابن الجبال ابن محافظه ظفار. من جديد هنالك عند اللاعب صاحب القميص رقم 8، لكن طالت على ابو ربيع. والله اللي ناقص عماد وناقص حسن ربيع، ابو ربيع يكون تواجد كمل، وكذلك ناقص عدنان الطلياني والاسماء علي مبخوت كنا نتمنى تواجدها، لكن ظروفها الخاصه وتواجدها في دورياتهم الخليجيه اللي مستمره واللي انطلقت سواء في الامارات، في الدوحه، في قطر، في الكويت، في عمان، في كل دول الخليج العربيه. انا اللي شدني حقيقه ان اغلب اللاعبين القدامى اللي موجودين في المنتخبات الوطنيه واولهم هذه كره يونس امان، لكن يونس ضاعت عليه الكره الماضيه لأن الاستلام يا يونس لم يكن بالشكل المطلوب. لذلك أنت من تطلب الاستلام في ظفار الآن يجب عليك أن تستلم. هنا الاستلام من فوزي، هنا استلام لم يكن كذلك يا فوزي. يعني اللي شدني بصراحة في الأيام الأخيرة هو تواجد هؤلاء النجوم برفقة منتخباتهم الوطنية في دعم كبير للغاية يقدموه لإخوانهم اللاعبين. يعني شفنا الحبسي وشفنا مجموعة من لاعبين منتخبنا في كلنا وياك في الحملة التي أطلقها الاتحاد العماني لكرة القدم، والتي تعني بدعم المنتخب الوطني في المهمة القادمة اللي إن شاء الله يا رب قولوا يا رب إنها تكتمل ونصل بالأحمر العماني إلى كأس العالم 2026 بعون الله تعالى. تصل الكرة من جديد إلى فهيد الشمري، فهيد مع الكرة استلام من هاني، هذا مو استلام 2015 هذا استلام 2024 يا هاني. تعود من جديد إلى فوزي، الله يا فوزي دوربين معاه، الكرة مرسولة على الجانب الأيسر لتعود لمصلحة القمصان البيضاء. عبد الله شيخان، عبد الله بدوره يرسلها إلى من هنالك سعيد فرج، لكن التصدي من نبيل عاشور في الكرة الماضية. ما ادري اخوان اللاعبين تعبوا ولا لا، لكن لسه نحن في الدقيقة 8 من الشوط الاول، والمباراة بقى لها دقيقتين فقط عن نهاية الشوط الاول. بانتظار الاسماء، بانتظار مشاهدة هاشم صالح، بانتظار سيف سلطان حاضر، علي الحبسي كذلك حاضر في دكة البدلاء هنالك، بانتظار التغييرات التي ممكن ان نشاهدها خاصة على القميص الابيض. هنا يونس امان بخبرة السنين، هو كان لاعب في ظفار وصار مدرب ولاعب في المنتخب، يعني هو مر على كل شيء واليوم يلعب مع الاساطير. لذلك هو ما بقى شيء في عالم كرة القدم الا يونس امان كان متواجد فيه. حتى في التحليل استفدنا كثير فيه من الخبرات اللي قدمها الكابتن والمدرب القدير يونس امان. لا يونس يقول لي انا لاعب اليوم مش مدرب. الله الله على الشمري الى عادل خميس، عادل ممكن راضي لا 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 لا. هدف اول الفريق الابيض، هدف عن طريق سعيد فرج من ابناء المحافظه. لا جفال يحتج لكن حكم المباراه يامر باستمراريه اللعب. اذا الفريق الابيض هدف ومقابل لا شيء لمصلحه الفريق الابيض. اسماء جميله نستمتع بها هنا في ارضيه ملعب هذا اللقاء بهذه النجوم التي تتواجد امامنا هذا المساء في واحدة من المباريات التي ستبقى حاضرة في الأذهان لسنوات طويلة. ليش لا؟ هذول في زمانهم يعني اللاعبين اللي نشاهدهم امامنا اليوم. لكن هنا هجمه لعبد الله شيخان من الدوري الكويتي الى بنياس، لكن مرسوله امامي صاروخيه من محمد ربيع. لكن هنا فهيد الشمري يرسلها الى يونس امام، تسديده يا جفال الى هاني، سجل يا هاني، سجل هنا الاعاده. كره فوزي، برافو على التمريره في الاعاده، صاروخ من محمد ربيع. بعدها تاتي صافره الحكم عن نهاية الشوط الأول بتقدم الفريق الأبيض هدف مقابل لا شيء.
بقلبي مكان. وانا شقول انا عن مملكة، انا كل شي في قلبي تملكه، وانا هذا السعودي يعشقه. انا بغدادي قلبي منفتن، انا اهلا هلا باهل اليمن، انا غلاكم بروحي سكن. وانا عيالي زايد عزوتي، هم اهلي وهم عزتي.
أما الآن نترككم مع عرض مع الموهبة عمر آل إبراهيم وعرض الفري ستايل. أسمع تحية للموهبة الصغيرة عمر آل إبراهيم، واحد من أبناء محافظة ظفار، يمتلك الموهبة الخاصة بالفري ستايل. فلنترككم مع هذا الفاصل المهاري.
أنا أحب قطر، وأهل قطر الحب في دم من الصغر.
برافو برافو نترككم في دقائق، لا تذهبوا بعيدا، فالمباراة القادمة ستكون مليئة بالإثارة والتشويق. ولاية طاقة.
هل تنصح اللاعبين الدوليين السابقين اللي يعتزلوا سريعا أو ينطفوا سريعا بالانتساب إلى السوكا؟
اكيد يمكن بطوله سداسيات سوكا بطوله فيها كثير من المتعه شاهدناها اليوم الحمد لله مع كثير من اخواننا اللاعبين اللي كان لهم باع كبير في المنتخبات الوطنيه، ونفس الشيء في دول الخليج الثانيه والعربيه. فمثل هذه البطوله اعتقد ان هي تعطيك الفرصه انك تستمر في ممارسه كره القدم بطريقه مختلفه. السداسيات اعتقد هي من اللعب لها شعبيه جدا كبيره في المنطقه، واعتقد ان احتضان صناع الرياضه واختيارهم لصلاله اعتقد اختيار جدا موفق بعد النجاح الكبير اللي شفناه في نزوه. اليوم احنا في صلاله هنا التجمع والحضور الكبير من الجماهير تعطي على انطباع ان هذه البطوله ماشيه في الطريق الصحيح.
طيب كابتن، شفنا تجربة عراقية جميلة من 2019 يكملوا السنة الخامسة الآن، عندهم دوري قوي ب20 فريق، والآن أعتقد أن دورة الإمارات العربية الشقيقة أيضا مؤخرا أشهرت سوكا عندها. هل تتأمل بأن توجد سوكا هنا مثل ما التجربة العراقية والتجربة الإماراتية؟
اكيد ما اعتقد ان في حاجه تمنع ان اليوم نشوف اختيار السلطنه لهذه الرياضه مثل ما شفت العراق والامارات، واعتقد ان احنا عندنا كل الامكانيات من اللاعبين اللي لهم يعني مستوى جدا كبير في هذه البطوله. نتمنى ان شاء الله ان بطوله سوكا، بطوله كاس العالم، ان هي الخطوه الاولى ان شاء الله لاشهار هذا الاتحاد.
شكرا كابتن، وسعدنا اليوم نشوفك تجيب اهداف غير عادة. شكرا جزيلا. شكرا حبيبي. غياب طويل. كابتن هاني، مؤخرا انتشرت ثقافة ملاعب الترتان عندنا في السلطنة، ما تخلى ولاية من كم ملعب. هل هذا الشيء ممكن يأهلنا مستقبلا انه يكون عندنا دوري لسوكا؟
والله اكيد، خاصه انت تعرف ان السلطنه ما شاء الله مهتمه بالمواهب فيها بشكل كبير، متواصلين في اللعب. فاعتقد ان انا كبطوله سوى كنموذج اعتقد بنكتشف مواهب كثيره في السلطنه، ونتمنى ان شاء الله يكون تنظيمها بشكل يعني شكل رسمي، تنظيمها بشكل جيد، حتى ان شاء الله يظهر لنا مواهب تستفيد انديتنا وكذلك منتخباتنا ان شاء الله.
ولا تتوقع بأن سوكا ممكن ترجع يعني الانتماء للنادي؟ مؤخرا شفنا عزوف جماهيري عن الأندية، ممكن الاستعانة بسوكا سداسيات كرة القدم انك تعيد الانتماء الى النادي؟
والله اكيد اكيد، خاصه اذا مثل ما ذكرنا يعني كالبطوله يعني كبطوله سوكا يعني تواجدها، واعتقد ان ملاعب السوكا لا تتقام في وسط المدن في وسط الاحياء تساعد على الحضور الجماهيري. ما في شك شفنا البطوله السابقه في نزوه الحضور الجماهيري كان بشكل كبير، واتوقع هذه البطوله بتكون كذلك بالمثل، واتوقع ان شاء الله البطولات القادمه ان السوكا بترجع الجماهير بشكل كبير.
شكرا شكرا النجم الكبير هاني ضابط، شكرا جزيلا.
وحدوا لا اله الا الله يا شباب الاحمر يا الله، وحدوا لا اله الا الله يا شباب الاحمر يا الله، يا شباب عمان يا الله، يا شباب الاحمر يا الله. سمينا بسم الله توكلنا على الله، دونك يا العماني في الساحه يا محلاه. سطر كلنا للأحمر ويا كاتب التاريخ، لا 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 هات الدفاتر هات.
السلام الوطني لجمهورية مصر العربية. يرجى الوقوف في حالة القدرة. أما الآن السلام السلطاني العماني. يرجى الوقوف في حالة القدرة. أما الآن ندعو الفاضل وليد بن جمعة العبيداني الرئيس التنفيذي.
Hello and a warm welcome back to the picturesque Havana Resort here in Salalah for the final time today as we gear up for the last contest of match day 1 in the first ever edition of the Gulf Cup, and it's a big one. Oman will lock horns with Egypt as they look to do their nation proud on home soil and dispel any pre-tournament jitters ahead of the World Cup in November. With qualification already secured as the host nation, Oman are playing for pride and bragging rights here at the Gulf Cup. Egypt, however, will be looking to spoil the party and etch their name onto the first ever Gulf Cup trophy. The national anthems are out of the way and we're just minutes away from kick-off here. It's just gone 10:40 p.m. here in Salalah and the temperature has dropped slightly, but it's still going to be a tasking occasion for both sets of players, especially with the end-to-end nature of soccer factored in. Final parts of the pre-tournament build-up taking place now, and the Gulf Cup has certainly lived up to its hype on day 1. Sports makers have been busy planning all sorts of celebrations ahead of the match. We've been treated to some soccer freestyling. We've seen a Legends game and display of Oman's rich heritage as those legends were paraded to fans around the purpose-built ground here in Salalah. Former Omani keeper Ali Al-Habsi posed for pictures and spoke to the cameras ahead of the game as well. He, of course, enjoyed spells at several English clubs, including Bolton and Wigan in the Premier League, while also making 136 appearances for his country. Safe to say we've certainly got a taste of the promised Omani hospitality ahead of the World Cup, and we're told there are big things to come. As for Oman, we've already seen plenty of them in the build-up to this tournament. As part of the International Soccer Federation's roadmap, they were given the chance to compete in the Copa Soccer America in Mexico and the Soccer European Championship in Moldova. They certainly held their own, reaching the semi-finals in Mexico and 4th place at the European Championships. They were beaten by Mexico, who went on to secure the title on home territory in the Copa America, while Romania pipped them to 3rd place in what was a close encounter in Moldova. Oman held a 2-goal lead before being pegged back and eventually bested on soccer penalties, which, if you haven't seen them, are certainly unique. Nonetheless, their performance was a strong statement of intent, and one that suggests the Omanis certainly won't be making up the numbers at the World Cup, or indeed right here at the Gulf Cup. As both captains just shake hands, showing of respect before we get underway and swap crests. As the officials do the obligatory coin toss to see which side will get us underway. As for Egypt, they're another side looking to build on a respectable showing at the 2023 Soccer World Cup in Essen. The Northeast African country placed 2nd above eventual winners Kazakhstan in Group E, a group that also featured finalist Ukraine. After navigating the so-called group of death, they beat England emphatically 4-1 in the round of 32, but unfortunately that's where their journey ended, with Greece beating them 2-0 to progress to the quarter-finals. As I said, it will be the first chance for us to see this Omani side ahead of the World Cup. See what they can do. 2 danger men we've picked out on this Omani side: Abdullah Al-Arimi, Saeed El-Shahari, and also Hamid Fadil. Between Shahari and Fadil, they scored 6 goals in Moldova, which was 2/3 of the total goals scored by Oman at the competition. So they'll certainly be ones to keep an eye on today, as Oman just take their final pitches. And Egypt, playing in the white shirts, the sky blue shorts and the black socks, they'll be kicking from left to right. Oman in that classic all-red kit. A huge occasion for those players, savouring every moment, I'm sure. A reminder of the results that have been and gone today on match day 1 of the Gulf Cup. Iraq opened up by drawing 1-1 with Qatar in Group A, a very competent showing from Iraq, but they were pegged back with the first soccer penalty of the tournament after the Iraqi keeper smashed into the Qatari forward rather clumsily to give away a penalty. In the second game, Saudi Arabia didn't make it to the stadium on time, meaning Kuwait were handed a 5-0 win in Group B. And then, of course, the United Arab Emirates trounced Yemen 3-0 in what was a very promising showing on their international soccer debut. We are just seconds away from the last game here on match day 1 of the Gulf Cup. A game that's been so hotly anticipated. And all that build-up only added to the occasion. We were promised a show by the Omanis, and they've certainly put one on. And it just makes you excited for what's to come at the World Cup at the end of November and the start of December. As the ball slowly makes its way to the centre, and it will be Egypt that will get us underway. As the referee puts his whistle to his lips, clicks his watch, and we are off. Egypt looking to enjoy a nice early spell of possession. Just knocking the ball around the back side to side. trying to work the Omanis. Is it played down the touchline? Is that a foul? No, says the referee, and Oman will have a kick in. Number 21, Al Balushi, plays it back and receives it from his defender. Spreads it across the pitch. As I say, Oman and Egypt, probably the sides with the most international pedigree in the Gulf Cup. Two titans clashing on first day. As Oman breach into Egypt's half, looking to stride forward and let off a shot. Shot comes in, deflected, but it's back now at El Balushi's feet. He attempts to cross it in, but it's collected by Rizk in the Egyptian goal, and he's wasting no time in trying to get Egypt underway, and that's a delicate chip forward and just seen out by Hisham in the Oman goal. But it was a clever idea there, just looking to lift it over the Omani defence and get Egypt on goal. But Hisham was awake to it. But already a glimpse of that quality I talked about. As I say, both of these sides have done very well in international tournaments in the past. Egypt obviously having that good World Cup run last year in Essen, and Oman showing that they can kick it with the big boys in the Soccer Copa America and Euro Cup. Nicely intercepted there by the number 13 for Egypt, who's gone down clutching his shin after that. The definition of body on the line stuff there, as he's nicked possession back for his side and got a kick in the process. 2 minutes gone, 0-0 here in Salalah. Played into the centre of the pitch, nicely collected by Al Saiz for Egypt. Clipped down the line, loose ball, collected by Egypt. What can they do? Shot comes off, comfortably wide in the end, but again a nice bit of attacking intent from Egypt's early doors, and Hisham's just gesturing for his Omani team to calm down, settle down and get into the groove of this. An awful lot of pressure for that Omani team, the whole nation watching. The stadium's far more packed out than it was for that first game when Iraq took on Qatar, as Hisham's long raking crossfield ball drifts harmlessly out of play for a kick into Egypt. But that pass isn't going to trouble Oman, as it only finds the advertising board, and they'll have a kick in just shy of the halfway line. A chance for them to get their first sighter on goal, but that's good defending by Egypt, and it's tidied up there by Mohamed Al Saiz, who looks to be the anchor of that Egyptian team in the midfield. Played neatly down the line, but that's a big ask for Mohamed Abdelhamid to get on the end of that, and Hisham will collect it and look to start an attack for Oman. Loose touch. Recovered well, played down the touchline. A little bit of space here for Oman. Cut back, can the shot come in? Spread over to this left-hand side with El Balushi. He chops inside, trying to work a little bit of space for the shot, but he's forced back by a tight Egyptian defence. Now there could be a little room as El Balushi has it on the byline, looks to flick it back across goal, but Egypt's half smuggle it away before a scissoring looped clearance is sent up into the Salalah night sky, and Oman can collect again with Fadil. As I say, one of the danger men I picked out before this game kicked off. Scored 3 goals for them at the Euro Cup in Moldova. He'll be one the Egyptians will be looking to keep quiet today as the ball loops up and out of play for an Omani kick-in. Al Balushi. Works over to this right-hand side. Back at the feet of Al Barami, assessing his options ahead of him. Finds the feet of his teammate, and it's flicks off his head in makeshift fashion by the Egyptian defence, which is standing strong to everything Oman have chucked at them so far in these opening 4 minutes or so. And another astute bit of defending there as the Egyptian defender, I think, just asked the ref whether or not he agreed that that was a slight push on him as he sends an advertising board tumbling over. Egypt look assured in possessions, they just neatly clip it round the back. Fathi Mansour nudges it back to the central defender. A cutting ball through the middle of the pitch is loose, and there could be a chance for a shot here. The shot did come in. Mohamed Abdelhamid tried to smuggle one away, but it was blocked well by the Omanis. Another shot, again blocked. The ball just broke away from Al Balushi's spell there for Oman, and for a brief second it looked like Egypt were in. And that is not the intended pass. Just got it all wrong and skews it straight out for Omani kick in. As we continue with the early sparring. El Haddad shifts it back over, and that's a loose pass, but it's collected again by Al Barami, who would have been pleased to see that one fall back at his feet. And Oman are in here. Can they finish? Yes, they can. Oman take the lead from back to front in a matter of seconds, and they have their first goal at this Gulf Cup, and one that they'll be delighted to register so early on, calm any nerves that they had. It was the delicious ball that just cut the Egyptians straight in two, and a composed finish to boot. Just having another look at here. A simple run, just absolutely slicing through the Egyptian defence, and Al Haddad was on hand to tuck it in with 6 minutes gone. 1-0 Oman as the subs are made. Egypt will be looking for a fast response. They'll be well aware that people would be rooting for the Omanis here and be looking to cause an upset. As I said, they'll want to spoil any passing they may do here, as the move just breaks down, but it falls back to the feet of Al Saiz, who tries the strike. But Oman cope and have the ball back under their spell. Al Haddad, the goal scorer, just opens up his body, comes out to this left-hand side, lends the ball to his teammate before taking it back, just shy of the centre circle. Switches it over to this right-hand side. The Omani starting to find their groove now, as Al Balushi exchanges passes again. Nice ball round the corner, touches slightly loose, and can Egypt break here? Options left and right, edges down the touchline. Nice tight control there as it's worked back across. Again, good pressing from Oman. They're not letting Egypt settle on the ball, trying to get into the swing of things and play their football, but Oman are saying no. Another chance for a break here. Out with Al Balushi. Worked back to Al Mashaki. Just puts his studs on the ball. Happy to slow things down and wait for Al Arimi to pick out a delicious ball over to the right hand side. A slightly baggy touch by Al Balushi. Just couldn't work the room to get the shot away, and Egypt can counter, but look how quickly Oman snapped back into formation there. That's a well drilled side, and it just cannons off the chest of Al Balushi and out for an Egypt kick in. Out for an Egypt corner, I should say. What can Egypt do with this? Hisham just commanding his defence as he guards that near post. Chipped over towards the back post, but the number 6, Al Haddad, the goal scorer as well, is there to clear it away, doing his work at both ends of the pitch. And Egypt can only boot it out for an Omani kick in. Again, they're so quick on the press, Oman. Latching onto every loose ball. Hunting in packs. Shifted over to Al Balushi. He'll exchange passes with his teammate on the right-hand side. Again, that ball through the centre. It breaks. There's a chance to shoot here. And that's 2. That man, Al Haddad again. Ice in his veins. Ever composed. Never startled. Collects the ball. The same ball. Slicing through the Egyptian midfield and defence. Faces up his man. And just rolls it past Rizk in the Egyptian goal. And Oman are flexing their muscles here and putting on a show for the home crowd. Just watching a replay of that. He stands up his man, slows him down, slips it through his legs. The cheekiest of finishes, the most composed of finishes. And Oman have a 2-goal lead within 9 minutes. Egypt desperately need something here, or they could be facing a trouncing. The early pressure has been all Oman. Another corner for Egypt. Same position. Another chance to try and produce something a little more concrete than what they did before. This time they cut short to the edge of the box. Shot fires in. Couple of deflections. And it's going to be another Egyptian corner. Hisham again organising his defence. Just looking to shut out any Egyptian resurgence. Good feet there on the right hand side. backed into a corner, draws the foul, much to the disgust of Al Haddad, the double goal scorer. But I think he can't have too many complaints with that one. Just left the leg dangling for the Egyptian man to trip over. And they have themselves a free kick on this right hand side. Chip towards the back post again, heads go up, takes a deflection, and Hisham rushes out of his goal and plays a neat ball down the touchline. But Egypt recover well, and it's going to be a kick in for Oman. But just look how quickly they look to turn defence into attack there. Hisham, the goalkeeper, starting the move, running out of his box and side-footing one down the touchline to try and launch a breakaway. Oman finds space again on this right-hand side, run it at the back post, but instead he opts to cut back. The shot comes in. Good block from the Egyptian man, and it'll be a Omani kick-in. The number 8 now, Al-Arimi, switches it over to the left-hand side, but that's a loose pass. And Egypt will have a kick-in, which again they look to take quickly, but Hisham is alive to the danger and just snuffles it out. Just a brief look ahead of what we've got coming tomorrow in day 2 of the Gulf Cup. We kick off at 6 p.m. with Kuwait versus Yemen before Egypt take on Qatar. Oman versus Iraq is the third game at 8:30 p.m. before Saudi Arabia play the United Arab Emirates. Of course, the United Arab Emirates, who secured a 3-0 win today over Yemen, look very confident as Oman just find themselves under a bit of pressure of their own making, as the loose back pass caused a little bit of confusion among their back line. Egypt have a kick in on this side. Just bobbles off the shins of a couple of players, but they do well to bring it away. But again, another loose pass, loses them possession. And here could be a chance for Egypt. Snuffed out by Oman. Works over to this right-hand side for Al Haddad, the double goal scorer. But that's good defending there from Al Din. Just used his must-win frame to ease the Omani off the ball. But that's a loose pass. It's a theme of the game so far. Neither side looking too settled into possession. But these are small pitches, and with how aggressively both sides are pressing, it's no surprise that time is in short supply. Oman just exchanging passes again between each other, looking for that same ball through the middle of the park, but instead they choose to use the wings this time as it's switched out to Al Shamsi. He loses the ball. Tackle fly in. Crunching tackle from both players. Nice, honest challenge. Clashing his shin pads, you love to see it. As again, Oman turn over possession and just stroll towards the halfway line. And that's a neat ball out to the right hand side. Worked infield, just couldn't get the ball under his spell. It seems the referee spotted something here. And it looks like Oman will have a free kick. Not quite sure what offence Egypt committed there, but either way, Oman won't care. They've got themselves a free kick just quite far over on that right hand side. Be interesting to see if they try and hammer one towards the Egyptian goal or work some sort of set piece routine as the arms go in the air. Al-Arimi, clever ball inside, looks to exchange passes at the back post. Just couldn't get the ball under his spell. And that's a loose pass. There was a chance there, Oman, for a split second. If that first touch had been better, it could have been 3. But it just escaped his grasp. As Egypt advance again. But once again, that play breaks down. Couple of loose passes. Both sides just need to look after the ball ever so slightly better. And there's one from the keeper, and Egypt could be in here. There's a slide. And then it's deflected wide by the Egyptian forward. Al Din, I think that was, who tried to poke a leg out and potentially clip it over Hisham. But all he could do was just guide it wide of his post. And Hisham will place the ball back down onto that turf. You can see it's shining. It's been a misty day here in Salalah. Humid as you like, as always. And there'll be plenty of zip on that turf. Perhaps one of the reasons we've seen a few passes go awry so far. 15 minutes gone, 2-0 to Oman. Al Haddad securing himself a brace. and kicking off what looks to be a very positive start to the Gulf Cup on home soil for Oman. Fadil, their talisman, picks it up, couple of step overs, works out to that right hand side, biding their time here, Oman, just waiting for that gap to open, the gap that they've exploited twice already to establish a 2-goal lead. As Fadil strides inside, patient, considered build up here for Oman. Al-Barami now. In no rush to force anything, the Omanis. The scoreline's on their side, as is time. Just 4 minutes shy of the interval, and they're in complete control of this one. But that attack breaks down and Egypt can stride forward. But again, they just waste their opportunity, Egypt. Work so hard to break down that flowing Omani move, and then as soon as they regain possession, they just can't quite find that killer ball. The Gulf Cup is, of course, the second stop on our roadmap to the World Cup, right here in Oman, starting in November. The first time a World Cup has been hosted by a non-European country. Even this Gulf Cup just shows the massive strides being made in the Middle East in the world of soccer. And we've seen some excellent performances so far. Oman are putting one on for us right here. That's a clever ball round the corner, cut back. A chance for 3. Will it be? Can he get the shot away? No, he's just pressed out and eased out by the Egyptian defender. He's done well there to stop the shot from coming in. Is that a foul? The referee says yes. And Egypt can press the pressure release button and take a breather. Again, the chance was there for Oman to get the shot off, but just couldn't get the ball out from under his feet. And Egypt will use this time to make a couple of substitutions. Their manager, Mohamed Suleiman, won't be best pleased by what he's seen so far, but there's still plenty of time for them to turn it around. Remember, it's soccer is just so end-to-end. As Oman break forward, can the shot come in from Al-Balushi? He's forced wide, flashes one back across the face of the goal. And again, you just see how quick Al-Balushi is to latch onto that ball and charge at his man, and he's earned Oman a corner kick. Al-Haddad raises his arms at the back post. Al-Balushi looks for him, but doesn't quite find his marker. But he snaps back in with a challenge to usher the ball back to Hisham, who was on the end of a rather late challenge there from the Egyptian man who was putting him under pressure. As Al-Haddad strides forward. Plays it out to this right-hand side, and Al-Balushi's screaming for in the middle, and he gets it. Knocks it out to Fadil. He's ushered away by the Egyptian defence, and it'll be a kick in for Egypt. As I was saying, soccer is just such an unpredictable end-to-end game. It can look like one side's in complete control, and in the blink of an eye, it can all change. So don't count the Egyptians out here. There's still plenty of time for them to turn this one around. But they will need to show some signs of life shortly as we approach half-time. Worked out onto this left-hand side. Chance to get the ball into the mixer, but again, patient from Oman as they work it back to Fadil. Clever ball inside to Al-Balushi. Tackle comes in, but Oman still keep possession. But now they lose it as it's clipped over that back post, just slightly too high. And Egypt will have a chance to take a kick in that corner as Oman make a couple of substitutions of their own. Number 13 with time to swivel in the middle, but again, a loose touch just loses them possession as Oman regain control. They're up on the scoreboard and on the possession charts, Oman. They've played some really good stuff here so far. As Al-Mashaki looks inside. Tackle comes in. Fair tackle, but a firm one. And that is the half-time whistle. Oman with a very, very confident first half display. 2 goals from Al-Haddad One in the 6th minute and one in the 9th, give them a 2-goal lead that they take into the break. There'll be some harsh words from Egypt's manager, Mohamed Suleiman, at the interval, but we'll bring you all the action from the last game of match day 1 after the break. Well, the sides are back out now after the interval, and it will be Oman who get us back underway. As things stand, they would go straight to the top of Group A. Iraq and Qatar, the other two sides in the group, played out a 1-1 draw in the first game of the tournament earlier today. Qatar equalising through the first soccer penalty of the tournament, which are always fun. Slightly different format to your standard penalty. Players are essentially given a one-on-one situation, and Qatar used that to their full advantage. As Oman join early spell of possession in a hunt of a third goal. Of course, Al Haddad on his hat-trick now. as the ball's worked over to that far hand side. Back at the feet of Al Haddad, who has put on a star's performance so far. He looks forward, and that's a great ball towards the back post. Just got caught between two men, and Egypt were managed to poke it away. But it's almost another splitting pass from Oman. Eye of the needle stuff from Al Haddad. A real technician in the heart of that Omani side. Some neat footwork there. It's worked over to Al Mahagchi. Back to Al Haddad. Gestures for Mashaki to hug that touchline, and that's almost another great ball. As Al Haddad shapes to shoot, whips one towards the back post. He smells there's more goals in this for him today. Already on 2, wants the hat-trick. And he wasn't too far away there. It's a curling effort just bending wide of Ritzk's post. As Akila nudges it back into the heart defence for Egypt. They try route 1, but as we've seen so far today already, route 1 doesn't always pay. That ball has to have the perfect weighting on it to drop to its intended target. Not a lot of space on these soccer pitches for players to run onto a loose ball. As Oman slowly stride up the pitch towards the halfway line. Al Haddad, the heartbeat of everything good in that Omani side so far. As Mashaki exchanges passes with the Omani defender and collects it again on this right hand side, looks up. What's he got ahead of him? He's got to run down the line. The attack breaks down in Egypt, as I was just about to say, with a chance to counter, but another loose pass, which is becoming a slight theme of the day for them. We have seen a few slips and slides today. As I say, the mist and humidity has made this pitch awfully slippy. As Oman break down the attack, there's a chance on from here if they work it well. Cut to the back post, shot comes in, save from risk. And he's managed to keep a hold of it for a brief moment. It looked as if he fumbled it into the back of his own net, but he just managed to fix his gloves around the ball before it could make it into the back of his net. Just the replay there. It actually comes off Egypt's defender, Akila, almost turning the rebound into his own goal. But Ritz just managed to recover and spare his blushes. I'm sure Akila will be thankful for that one as Oman looked to capitalise on Egypt's substitutions and the chaos that caused in their back line, but the pass just wasn't right as Oman make one of their own. Neat ball round the corner. Here's a chance for Egypt, but again, first touch wasn't right, just lost the footing, and Oman can stride forward. Works out to his right hand side, another slip over towards that back post. Plenty of players for company. Chooses to go around the outside. And the game has been stopped for an Egyptian free kick. Just 4 minutes into this second half. And it looks, for all intents and purposes, like Oman is set to continue their dominance in this fixture. Egypt just really struggling to get a grip on the game as it's worked over to this substitute, but he can't quite get the ball under his spell, and that ball has not reached its intended target. And Hisham will gratefully collect and set the ball back down to the turf for a goal kick. And again, Oman will look to slowly build something here. In no rush. And there's no need for him to. 2 goals up through that man, Al Haddad. And another loose ball. Just drifts out for a kick in. The tally of the times I've said that is shot up in this game. The official not happy with how or where that was taken, so it's overturned and given to Oman. And they use the opportunity to spread play over onto this left-hand side. Worked in field for Al-Shamsi. He opens up his body, fakes to shoot, and cuts back. Now there could be a chance to shoot. Reversed over to that far post. Oman just waiting, biding their time for that opening, looking for that gap. Plenty of movement going on ahead of the Omani defender. Another slip, but still retains possession. Chance to shoot. Blocked by Egypt. Chance to break now as Al-Din strides forward. But again, Omanis just press so quickly, don't they? They're on them every single time Egypt regain possession. Omani bodies just flood around them. Hisham's had a real quiet game in that Omani goal so far. The most relaxed man on the pitch. As Oman look to build something again up this left-hand touchline. Played in field. A reminder, of course, that there's plenty more soccer to be played between now and the World Cup. The Grand Prix Soccer 7 will kick off later this month. And 16 sets of amateur sides will return to Georgia for a shot at 7-a-side glory. Then, of course, in October, we'll get to savour all the action from the Soccer Champions League, with Crete the destination of choice for this year's tournament. Al-Arimi just spreads out to that left-hand side. Oman almost at walking pace now, as they pop the ball around Egypt in style. Bit of swagger about this Omani side. Al-Barami works it back to goalkeeper Hisham, who'll be grateful for a few touches of the ball, I'm sure. He won't be grateful for that pass though, as it's played straight into touch for an Egyptian kick-in, and they'll use that opportunity to make a substitute. Number 12, Aissais, entering the fray once more, looking to make amends for his first half performances. Al-Balushi couldn't quite keep the ball in. Approaching the half-hour mark now, and Egypt really need to show some signs of life. They're going to claw their way back into this one. Neat touch and flicked over the head of the Omani defender, but he's read it well. He stood his ground and he's ushered it out for a goal kick. As I say, Oman still look well on course to top their group, Group A, at the end of match day 1. 3 points. Looks not a certainty, as things can always change in soccer, but definitely highly probable so far, as the ball's worked out to this right hand side, clipped towards the back post. That's a neat pass, but again, look at it just zip up off that turf and away from his fellow Omani forward. As the referee just drops the ball for Egypt to get us back underway, but that's tidied up neatly by El Shahari, who was one of the two that I picked out ahead of this contest. Of course, he also scored 3 goals for Oman in the Euro Cup in Moldova this year. Of course, they took part in that as part of the roadmap to the World Cup. Gave the world a chance to see what they can do. And as we are seeing here, they've certainly been putting in the work ahead of this Gulf Cup. And that's a chance, but it's a great tackle by the Egyptian defender just to snuff that one out at the last minute. It looked as if Oman were going to steal ahead into a 3-0 lead, but a last-ditch challenge ensures they only earn a corner for their troubles. Chip towards the back post, header comes in. He looked for a moment as if he was going to shake for the overhead kick, Al-Balushi, but instead he opted to thump a header towards the goal. It drifted harmlessly over the crossbar. Robust shoulder there from the Omani defender. But Egypt still come away with a kick in. El-Balushi in quickly, and nice bit of close control, not only to steal possession back, but then to work it down the touchline, exchange passes with his teammate. Triangles here by El-Balushi, and again he switched out to that right hand side. Really tidy stuff from him. Oman with a chance, flick to the back post, a double back heel, and somehow that has stayed out. Excellent play from Oman. A series of close passes and then 2 back heels on the spin. Just watching the replay there, backheeled across the face of goal, and it was almost cleared by the Omani forward with a goal at his mercy. But still they come. Clips over that back post, deflection, squirms just wide of Ritzk's post. It would have been an own goal. It was the Egyptian defender who made the contact. And Ritz could only look on as the ball trickled past his post. Egypt lived to fight another day as Al Balushi looks to come forward, but that's cut out well. But it's an equally good challenge there on this right hand side by El Haddad, the all action midfielder. Al Balushi, that's loose. And Egypt earned himself a kick in and some precious ground as they look to break free of their own half. Abdul Hamid, just another look at that one there. It's flicked across the face of goal. Unbelievable. Goal at his mercy, and he almost tried to overplay and return it to his teammate. They'd done all the hard work at Oman. And I tell you what, it would have been some goal if it found its way into the back of the net. Because it was a fine piece of play. Intricate passes, flicks, tricks. Was just missing that finish. But it won't do too much damage in their current position. 2 goals up, and again looking to launch another attack. Neat touch just to evade the Egyptian press there, and Al Balushi has it in the middle of the pitch once more. Clips over to this right hand side. That's a neat ball. Got a man at the back post, but the Egyptian defender, number 4, Mansour, does ever so well there. 2-on-1 situation. He managed just to use his frame to block any potential passing lane as Oman take this corner quickly. Just can't keep that one in as it squirms away from him. Al Arimi, it was, who tried to extend his knee and claw that one back into play to no avail. And that's a neat move from Egypt as Mansour uses his head just to nudge it back over to his teammate. Chip towards the back post. Little bit of space now if he can get the ball under control. Al Mansour directs it across goal. The Egyptian forward nicks in. Hisham's pleading his innocence as he tumbled to the turf. I think he was more anticipating the contact, and it will only be an Egyptian corner. As Al Said shapes to shoot, rebounds off his own man, but it's back with Al Said on this left-hand side. Tries to roll it through the legs of Al Balushi, snaps into a challenge, and it'd be another Egyptian corner. Slightly more promising there from Egypt. Al Said doing some good work down this left-hand side. And the strike can come in now, and it's a fierce drive and an equally fierce save from Hisham. The corner was taken quickly, played out to the edge of the area, struck fiercely, and in the aftermath, it seems like we've got an Egyptian player down on the turf. A cracking save though from Hisham as he had to fling himself to block that fierce strike. And the Egyptian man's just pushing the Omani cohort out of his way and claiming there was a high boot in there. The referee agrees. He has given a free kick. No card shown though, as Oman just form their wall. It's in a good position this for Egypt, just outside the penalty area. Conversations being had with the ref just saying, look, bring that wall back. A chance to strike one towards the Armani goal here for Egypt. Players queuing up. The number 14 is looking eager for a strike. The referee's not happy with that one. I think he felt the Omani wall just jumped the gun slightly and went a little bit too early to try and rush that one down. And Egypt will be able to benefit from a retake as he looks to thread the needle over towards that back post, but Oman cut it out well. Egypt, though, get the ball back in play quickly. Blasted over the heads of everyone. And out for a kick into Oman. As I said, Egypt certainly aren't a bad side. Last year in Germany, they put in a fine display, navigated a really, really tough group. And made it to the round of 32 before being bested by Greece. But Oman have just looked slicker in every department here as they put on a show for the home fans and just give everyone a taste of what they've been working on, what they're about, what we can expect in that World Cup later this year. Ball's played down the line, nicely cut out there by Al Barami, doing his defensive work. Work back to Al Saiz. Played into the middle of the pitch, but again, trio of Omani players lock on and press so quickly. That's a loose touch, and it will allow Al Shamsi to stride forward. That's a clever ball into the middle of the park, and again dedicated defending from Egypt, just as the Omani striker looked to get the shot off. But still, they come. Another strike, a good save from Rizk. Got down low and used his foot to block that one away. It was a low bobbling drive that came in. Bodies on the line stuff from Egypt as they try and prevent this one from turning to 3 goals. Al Balushi works it out, little bit of space for a shot, clipped over towards that back post, and there is the third. You can't say it hasn't been coming. Oman every bit worth their lead. And Al Mashaki just ghosts in at that far stick to convert. The simplest finish he'll ever have. A really clever ball. Just rolled across the face of Rizk's goal. And Mashaki was there. We'll see the replay here. Really, really clever pass. In fact, I think it was Al Shamsi that converted from Mashaki's ball across the face of the goal. Slick stuff from the Omanis. And another excellent goal to add to their tally in this opener. Well, with things as they are, they look set to repeat the scoreline that we saw in the last match between the United Arab Emirates and Yemen. The United Arab Emirates, of course, cruising to a 3-0 victory, as Oman looks to be doing here. But is there a fourth in this one for them? Switched over towards Al Balushi, who's been pretty much everywhere. As Hisham has just deserted his goal. Not sure quite what he's doing. Egypt smell blood here if they can get the ball under their control. A crunching challenge. I'm unsure what Hisham was doing there. A rush of blood to the head. He's just charged out of the goal while Oman were in possession. They've lost it at the back before he's reset himself. And Al Balushi just felt compelled to snap into a challenge to try and prevent Egypt benefiting from Hisham's vacant goal. Egypt will have themselves a free kick, but they would have wanted more, as Mansour looks to get play underway quickly, but again the referee's not happy with how quickly that Omani wall disbanded, and the shot comes in over the crossbar, and Hisham is stationed in his net for this one, but only has to watch it over the bar, and Al Balushi will get us underway once more. 1 minute to go here. Oman 3 goals to the good, and that's a neat touch as he plucks out of the sky. Driven across the face of goal, but no one was there. Al Balushi applauds his teammate there. Mashaki it was with the fine touch of the back post. Just plucks it out of the sky before guiding it across the face of goal. But as I say, no one on his wavelength, no one up to support him. But a fine move again from Oman. Egypt appeal for a free kick. Tackle goes in and Al Balushi will bring it away. It's 3-on-2 here. If they can work this well, they could have themselves a fourth. Man over at the far post. And all he can do is guide it over. It was a fizzing ball played over to him. And Al Mashaki had his work cut out to try and steer that one in, as it bobbled and spun over to his boot. As people start to make their way towards the exit. Of course, we're late into the evening now in Oman. And that's a shot from Egypt. And it's close. It's close. It would have only been a consolation goal at this stage, but nevertheless they would have been grateful for it. It might have helped them further down the line in terms of goal difference, but it squirmed wide of Hisham's post. Final few seconds now as Hisham clips a clever ball over to Al Balushi, takes it confident on his chest, and again, neat control from him. He's a real tidy player, isn't he? As I say that, commentator's curse. The ball just clips off his boot and rolls out for an Egyptian throw-in. There could be a consolation goal here. Hisham is out quickly and snuffs out the danger again. The referee doesn't look too pleased with his efforts though. And what's he giving here? Is it a free kick? Or are we going to see another penalty? It looks as if he's gesturing for a free kick. It was a full-blooded challenge there from Hisham. A little bit of a follow-through, but yes, it's going to be a penalty. As I mentioned earlier on, soccer penalties different to normal penalties. Players are given the opportunity with a one-on-one with the keeper. So the Egyptian man will stride from the halfway line and try and earn his side a consolation goal. Hisham, the man that gave it away, he's now got to turn hero and keep it out. Just waiting for the referee's whistle, and here we go. Faces the keeper up, goes round him, but Hisham is the hero. He watched it all the way. Mohammed Abdelhamid tried to go round Hisham, but Hisham stood his ground, read his movement, and as he just shimmied to the right side, he went with him and chucks an arm out in Superman style to punch it away, and that will be the last of the action in this one. The end of match day 1. Oman have earned themselves a 3-0 victory, and they're good value for it. But match day 1 might be over. There's plenty more coming your way tomorrow in this Gulf Cup. A reminder of the kickoff times: Kuwait take on Yemen at 6 p.m. Then Egypt face Qatar at 7:30 p.m. Oman then play their second game against Iraq at 8:30 p.m. before the final game of the evening, Saudi Arabia versus the United Arab Emirates at 9:30 p.m. Just a gentle reminder, if you're following from the UK, those kickoff times were 3 hours behind, so make sure you join us from 3 p.m. tomorrow for Kuwait versus Yemen, as we'll have plenty more soccer action for you. Until then, goodbye.
شغال. إذا تنتهي مباراتنا اليوم، مباراة منتخبنا الوطني في افتتاحية مبارياته مع منتخب مصر الشقيقة بفوز عريض ب3 أهداف دون مقابل. الكابتن أحمد سالم مدرب المنتخب، مبارك لكم هذا الفوز.
الله يبارك فيك يا الغالي، ونبارك للجمهور اللي حضر المباراة، ونقول هارد لك لمنتخب مصر.
كابتن أحمد، ربما اليوم اتضحت نوعا ما صورة المستويات الفنية لدى المنتخبات المشاركة في هذه البطولة. تجاربكم السابقة، تجارب المنتخب السابقة، الفريق أتذكر قبل 3 أشهر كان في أوروبا إلى ما آخره، هل تلاحظ في تقدم في المستوى؟
اكيد اكيد. فيما يتعلق بالمنتخبات المشاركه هناك شاهدت بعض المباريات، بصراحه لم اشاهد الجميع، لكن في بعض المنتخبات كانت مستعده لبذل هذه البطوله، مثل منتخب الامارات والعراق ايضا، والمنتخب القطري. يعني في فرق مستعده، والبطوله فيها تنافس لجميع المنتخبات. اما فيما يتعلق بالتجربه، طبعا اكيد في التجربه فادتنا كثير حقيقة. الكل استفاد من هذه التجربة اللي كانت قبل 3 شهور في مالدوفا، من لاعبين وإدارة والجهاز الفني. طلعنا بفائدة ولله الحمد، وفي تقدم لا بأس. نامل أنه الفريق يتحسن في المباريات القادمة.
طيب كابتن، بخصوص اللاعبين المتواجدين لدى منتخبنا، ربما في لاعبين تدرجوا في المنتخبات الوطنية، تدرجوا في الأندية. في لعبة السوكا لما تكون عندك مجموعة زي لاعبين، هل تفضل أن يكون اللاعب متدرج، ولا عاد تجيب لاعب هاوي وربما يكون نجم في سوكا؟
والله اللي تفاجأنا فيه أن أفكار اللعبة هذه سوكا السداسيات قريبة جدا من لعبة الصالات الخماسي، فأفضل أنه التدرج شيء مهم جدا. هي الفرق، بس فرق في أرضية الملعب سوكا، وأيضا ممكن الفرق أنك تلعب لاعب زايد. لكن جميع الأفكار التكتيكية اللي شاهدتها من خلال تجربتي البسيطة تتعلق بلعبة الخماسيات، الصالات، الفوتسال. فأفضل أنه يكون اللاعبين متدرجين. لعبة حديثة علينا كعمانيين وكخليجيين، نتمنى أنه يكون في دوري في المستقبل لتطوير هذه اللعبة وتطوير أيضا الشباب.
بالتوفيق كابتن أحمد، وإن شاء الله نشوفكم بكرة وبالانتصار إن شاء الله.
الله جميعا، الله يبارك فيك، الله يعطيك العافية. شكرا.
أعطيني الكيو. نلتقي ايضا بلاعب المنتخب المصري، الفريق المصري احمد النجار. احمد، هارد لك، وان شاء الله معوضين في المباراه القادمه.
حبيبي، مشكورين جدا على الاستضافه الجميله وعلى التنظيم الرائع. بصراحه بطوله رائعه وبطوله جميله جدا جدا جدا، وان شاء الله القادم افضل ان شاء الله.
مستواكم النهارده يعني في الشوط الاول شويه تدرجتوا، كنتوا شويه بعدين دخلتوا على الرتم، يعني انتوا في الشوط الثاني هددتوا كثير مش زي الشوط الاول.
والله احنا للاسف احنا بلغنا بالبطوله في فتره بسيطه جدا، يمكن من اسبوع ما استعدناش للبطوله، يمكن اول مره كلنا نتجمع مع بعض. فكبدايه لازم عدم انسجام، بعدين شويه شويه انسجام، بعدين شويه شويه حصل في انسجام بين اللعيبه، تمركز كويس. احنا مشكلتنا في الشوط الاولاني كان عدم التمركز في الشق الدفاعي. يمكن لما تمركزنا كويس الشوط الثاني كنا افضل، بدانا نسلم كويس، نستلم كويس، نتحرك لبعض، نكون سبورت لبعض شويه في الملعب. الحمد لله.
مباراتكم الجايه مع من؟
اعتقد مع العراق ان شاء الله، مباراه قويه، ند قوي، خصم سريع، عنده انتر اتاك قوي جدا جدا جدا.
موفقين ان شاء الله اخي احمد، شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا لك. شكرا.
إذن إلى هنا متابعينا الكرام نأتي إلى ختام اليوم الأول من سوكا لهذا العام، التي تقام لأول مرة في الشرق الأوسط هنا في هوانا صلالة. نلتقيكم غدا إن شاء الله في تغطية اليوم الثاني. شكرا لكم.